Lucian, you ready to?
Diana, can you pass me the thing?
And keep in mind, there is no, I apologize, we will have a timer up, but, and we will have somebody who will mute you. Hands free, but if you run out of time, I apologize, but.
All right, Diana, we can change over to Lucy's screen for the timer. And
Can someone
Jennifer,
pass me you need to pass me the roll. I keep clicking on it, nothing's happening.
Yep, it'll pass over. And then Jennifer has begun recording the meeting. So everything you say will be recorded forever. So just a warning.
We love that. Yeah. Okay. So with that
That's
note,
Lucy.
everybody welcome. This is Manhattan Community Board 1. I'm Tammy Meltzer, Chair. We start our meetings with the public session. As I mentioned, we have a large, robust number of people. We're going to go through as quickly as we can for everybody who is looking to speak during the public session. You needed to have signed up before 6 o'clock to speak. If you sign up after 6 p.m., I apologize. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Okay, I'm going to recognize a few people on the topic of 41 Murray Street thus far. So let's start with Sue Palmer. Can you find Miss Palmer?
I cannot identify the person with the name Sue Palmer. I only see Greg Palmer here.
Greg Palmer was the next one, so that's fine. Greg can go instead of Sue. Thank you so much.
Greg, whenever you're ready. Greg, are you there?
That's okay. There's a Brice Palmer, B-R-I-C-E.
No, I do not see them on the attendees list.
Okay. And you don't see Sue either.
No, I do not.
Yeah. Moving along. All right. Okay, we'll recognize. Yep, that's going to go all the way through. I'm trying to group everybody with the same topic so we can have it be a little bit more efficient. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to 250 Water Street. So we're going to start with Saul. Is Saul here? Because we're going to start with Saul first.
They're here. Okay.
Great.
Me?
Welcome,
Can you hear me?
Saul. Yes,
Thank
we
you.
can.
I guess. Okay. So I think everyone at this point knows me, Saul Sherrill, president of the Tri-State Region for Howard Hughes.
Yes.
First of all, good evening. Thank you again for your time and your consideration of these linked applications, both to develop 250 Water, as well as allow the South Street Seaport Museum to reopen and plan for the expansion in the historic district. We've really appreciated the feedback. We've gotten a lot, obviously, from the committee, the full board, and of course, from Landmarks Preservation Committee, as well as other conservation and agencies and people that we've reached out to. The revised proposal before you seeks to accomplish a long-held community goal, transform in the neighborhood fabric that created an unproductive and unsightly parking lot at 250 Water Street. And we're hoping to replace it with a welcoming and appropriate mixed-use development that'll include 70+ affordable residential apartments, close to good jobs, public transportation, and a great neighborhood. The 250 Water Street proposal that can be seen in your package of materials that was distributed, hopefully you all received it from SOM, calls for one single building significantly reduced in mass and height, which is appropriate to the surrounding historic district context with its massing now concentrated along Pearl Street. Critically, the revised plan continues to ensure essential support for the South Street Seaport Museum, which has been since 1967 the cultural heart of the historic district and the founder of the district. Commensurate with the
Oh, I am sorry. Actually, I did tell Saul and 4 people from the Seaport
One
they
more
could
point.
each have. Yeah,
I'm
you
almost
get,
done.
no, you've got, keep going. Yes, thank
The
you.
proposal
Sorry, Jennifer's
continues to
coming
offer.
after.
It continues to offer substantial funding to ensure a stable future for the museum. We believe these proposals present a vital opportunity to bring new affordable housing and help New York's economic recovery. The proposal is ready to generate over $1 billion in annual economic output, and create some 2,100 permanent jobs and 1,000 construction jobs in Lower Manhattan. Thank you all again for your thoughtful consideration. And Tammy, thank you for giving me a little extra time.
Not a problem. We did agree early on that because of the nature of the application, Saul and then Chris and then Julie and then Jonathan were each going to get 2 minutes. And then the Seaport Coalition has a similar number of people who will each get 2 minutes. And then we will go to 1 minute for everyone until we are through with those who have signed up. Chris, I believe you are next online, please. Chris Cooper, welcome.
Thank you, Tammy. This is Chris Cooper from SOM, the architect for these applications. As Saul said, based on very clear feedback, we've made significant changes to the design, including dramatic reduction of area and of height. And while recognizing that the 250 site's entirely within the historic district, we identify that the character of the opposing faces of the block are different. Water Street is fundamentally different in character than Pearl Street. That was the historic condition with the elevated rail, and it's very much the case today after the 1960s widening of Pearl Street. We've changed our fundamental architectural approach and moved away from a point tower typology. The height of the building is articulated as a bundle of mid-rise masonry buildings and has been pushed away from the heart of the district, away from Water Street, and away from Beekman Street towards the edge of the historic district along Pearl Street. The building now has a shorter base with a refined low-scale street wall that contributes to the character of the historic district, and a mid-rise building on Pearl Street that does not detract from the historic district. The base of the building has varied street wall heights, now topped with a cornice. The windows are reduced in size and scale, so there's more masonry. The windows are operable with divided lights, distinctive railings. The storefronts have been reduced in height, increased detailing. All of these changes give the base of the building a design, scale, and texture that's more in keeping with its adjacent historic neighbors. We think these changes result in a new building on a vacant lot that's appropriate to the historic district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. I believe the next person that you have is Valerie Campbell.
Hello.
Hi, Valerie. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm a partner at Kramer Levin. We're Landmarks Counsel to the Howard Hughes Corporation. I wanted to make a few comments about the appropriateness of 250 Water. First, the Landmarks Commission is not bound by the height limit established in the 2003 rezoning. The Landmarks Law expressly prohibits the Commission from applying zoning regulations when it makes its determinations of appropriateness. If the Commission finds that 250 Water is appropriate, the owner will apply for the required zoning actions. This two-step review process is required under the Landmarks Law. Second, there is no appropriateness rule that prohibits taller buildings in historic districts. Historic districts are not frozen in time. New buildings are not required to mimic or match the scale, design, materials, or details of historic buildings. We think this is particularly true here with respect to a vacant full block site located on the western perimeter of the district. The Commission, in considering the relationship of this building to the other improvements into the historic district, has latitude under the Landmarks Law to consider a variety of aesthetic and historical factors. In short, we think that the revised design for 250 Water Street can be found appropriate under the landmarks law, and that the proposed building design will further the protection and enhancement of this historic district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And we are moving on to the Seaport Coalition. And the speakers I have, I believe, in order are Linda Roche, Stacy Shub, and then Adrian Sasson. So let's go in that order. Oops, wait, I apologize. I forgot Jonathan. Not intentionally, Jonathan. We want to go first to Jonathan Bull from the museum.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Jonathan, welcome.
Great. Good evening, Chair Meltzer, members of the community board, neighbors and friends. I'm speaking to you from my home here in the South Street Seaport, but speaking on behalf of the South Street Seaport Museum, an organization which has been here since before the district, and indeed was the actor that preserved these buildings in the first place, made the district possible. And as you all know, today we face existential threat, and the proposal before you here today is a strong, puts us on a strong path towards solving that. Now, I want to thank the community board and the landmarks committee for having a favorable view of the museum's specific proposal for a building on the John Street lot, one that we have long planned. And obviously, as you know, that is part of a phased set of actions. And the first phase of that for the museum is to financially stabilize a museum that has been programmatically successful but financially challenged over the length of its life. There are many reasons why that is so, but fundamentally, the proposal before you seeks to use a tool that was designed in this place by the founders of this museum, along with city colleagues, for expressly the purpose for which this proposal is being put forth. And so I think, just in looking back at the 54 years of the museum and the very existence of the district being an outgrowth of that institution's efforts early on, my attention is drawn not only to the height of the district or the scale of the district, but also to the edifices here that are under our maintenance, our care. That includes edifices on the land side from Schermerhorn Row to Water Street, and also to the water side. And over the past 30 years, there's been probably upwards of $50 million in improvements, both on the land side and water side, made possible by this museum. Indeed, much of that is threatened without a solid path forward. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and I thank you for your continued championing of the South Street Seaport Museum and its district.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Appreciate you coming again this evening. Okay, so we're going to move on to the Seaport Coalition, who has asked to speak, and I believe I just see in the chat to us that there's been a change in speaking order. So Stacy, I believe you are first, correct?
Correct, thank you. Madam Chair and board members, our Seaport Coalition thanks you for the opportunity to testify, yet again, in opposition to the Howard Hughes Corporation's latest revision to their 250 Water Street design. The Seaport Coalition is speaking tonight on behalf of 10,000 petition signers, thousands of Facebook followers, Instagram and Twitter friends, hundreds of residents in the South Street Seaport Historic District and Southbridge Towers, school parents and Children First members, thousands of Save Our Seaport supporters from all over the metropolitan area, including sailors, tourists, expats, and preservationists literally from around the world. We are asking you to respect the existing zoning height limitation of 120 feet that was the result of a compromise back in 2003. Community Board 1 initiated the down zoning process to ensure that any new construction was appropriate for the historic district with its 4- and 5-story buildings dating back to the 18th century. The Landmarks Preservation Commission must determine the appropriateness of design within a historic district. It is beyond question that 250 Water Street is located inside the historic district. There's no such thing as on the perimeter or on the edge of the district. As the saying goes, you're either pregnant or you're not pregnant. 250 Water Street is in the district. Therefore, all historic preservation rules are applied equally to every square inch of the district. This design would reduce the historic district by an entire city block, representing 10% of the whole district.
Thank you very much, Stacy. I believe, let me just check. Jen, I think in in the
Linda will
chat.
be the next one to speak.
Thank you. And then Andy goes after that, I believe so.
Gotcha.
Linda, welcome.
Thank you. Pushing the towers from one part of the district to another part of the district solves nothing. The fact that the towers have been set back further towards Pearl Street cannot erase the reality that Pearl Street is part of the historic district and was once known as Queen Street because of its prominent role in 18th and 19th century commerce fueled by our great seaport. It is debatable whether the base of the building is better than before or if it's even contextual or not. And it doesn't matter. It is still attached to the towers above and is still completely inappropriate for the district. This new plan, put forward by Howard Hughes Corporation, would still overwhelm the historic district. This revised design exceeds the height limit by 225 feet and exceeds the available FAR by 237,000 square feet. This design is not aesthetically pleasing. It does not speak to the district. It is not contextual, nor unique, nor appropriate. Even a simple Google search brought up at least 4 almost identical buildings in Manhattan. The statement that this is a mere parking lot and an eyesore in the neighborhood is not the fault of the community. It is the fault of ownership. The former owners were explicitly told an economically viable project could be built within the height limit at 250 Water Street. In fact, an 11-story office tower was approved, but they refused to build it, opting instead to keep it a parking lot, much to the chagrin of the neighborhood. Howard Hughes knew exactly what they were buying when they bought it. They knew full well that the height limit of 120 feet had been challenged and upheld in court. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I am also going to say thank you for everyone thus far for your expediency. So Andy?
Madam Chair, are we going to 30 and 1 or you're going to 1 and 2? I'm a little confused with the timer here.
So right now we're 2 minutes each because this was a request by both the applicant and the Seaport Coalition a day in advance. So they are each getting 2 and then we go 1 minute apiece for the balance of the signups. Okay, Lucy, you got me? We have
Yes,
one
ma'am,
more.
thank you.
You're
Please let
welcome.
me know when we go back to a minute.
You got it. Thank you. Andy,
Yes, can you hear me?
welcome. I can, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to complete the statement. You will hear Save the Museum and affordable housing peppered throughout the testimonies tonight. We respectfully ask that you ignore them, not because they are not important, but because they are not within the LPC purview and are not allowed to be considered in the context of this application. In summary, our Seaport Coalition asks that the Community Board 1 resolves that any design that exceeds the current zoning will harm the fragile South Street Seaport Historic District. The Howard Hughes Corporation is literally spending millions of dollars on architects, public relations specialists, on lobbyists, and on lawyers to sway public opinion. They have sent Dear Neighbor mailings based on purchased voter registration lists. They have held the South Street Seaport Museum hostage to an unsigned financial promise and designed an imaginary building on a John Street lot that neither HHC nor the museum controls. We welcome appropriate development that follows the downzoning of 2003 that CB1 initiated. And we reiterate that we will not accept a compromise on the height of the development. Thank you for your attention and efforts to save our seaport, placing the needs of children first, and paying attention to local residents, including Southbridge Towers, to defend and protect the South Street Seaport Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask our fantastic crack office team if they could check with the dial-in users while we're continuing on as to whether or not any of them might be Sue or Bryce Palmer, who were spoken because we didn't check with them initially. So thank you so much. And at this point, we're going to go to 1 minute apiece. So as I call your name, you'll see a timer going down. and you will have 1 minute. All righty? So let's start with, we're going to go Christina Hoos, or I apologize if I mispronounced that. Christiana Hoos, Cyrus Gentry, and Bidin Savage Yamazaki. All right?
Yes, hi,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
My name is Christy Hughes. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees of the South Street Seaport, and I want to lend my support to the revised proposed project for 250 Water, which I think thoughtfully incorporates community concerns and will provide South Street Seaport Museum with the funds it needs to survive. Lower Manhattan is very important to me. As a resident for over 15 years, I also work at the 9/11 Memorial Museum. I know how contentious land use decisions can be, but I also know the positive impact investment can have and the incredible value cultural institutions bring to our community. This new proposal, I believe, takes community concerns into account to fit the aesthetic desires of the neighborhood while still saving the vital historic institution. And while we're so close to reopening as our city recovers economically from COVID, we won't be the same city we were before if we lose our cultural anchors in the interim. Preserving our cultural institutions is preserving the spirit of the neighborhood. I know in theory everyone supports keeping the Seaport Museum alive, but this is how we do it and we need to do it now. Thank you for your support.
So Christina, I appreciate you doing that. I do see that we have several other members of the board of trustees from the South Street Seaport Museum. And what I had mentioned earlier was, since you are the applicant team, is that we try and limit and group people together. So I'm going to take a look through and I'm going to pause on the next two speakers just to figure out how many of the Board of Trustees are here so we can proceed along. All right. So instead, next we're going to Megan Malvern. Jen, can you find Megan Malvern?
Sure. Don't see them here with us. They're not here.
Okay, I'll keep going. All right, let's try.
If you're signed up to speak, go ahead and raise your hand when Tammy puts you on deck to speak. That way we can find you faster in the list. There's a lot of people on the list.
Yeah. And by the way, Lucian, my Excel sheet just crashed. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. So let's kind of go this way. Let's do Amelia Josephson from Open New York. Let's find Amelia.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Amelia Josephson and I work on Broad Street in CB1. I'm also a board member of the pro-housing group Open New York. I strongly support the proposals for 250 Water Street and the Dawn Street Museum site. When meetings on these proposals first started, I was a newcomer to the landmarking process. I thought that the original proposal, because it was in harmony with the existing materiality of the district, offered mixed income housing in an area starved for affordable housing, and comes with sorely needed support for the Seaport Museum, would fly through the Landmarks Committee meeting, the full community board, and the Landmarks Preservation Commission. Clearly, I was incorrect. But as a newcomer to these processes, I would be shocked to see this revised proposal fail as well, and see the site either stay as a parking lot or be developed as of right, without any affordable housing. Throughout this process, I have witnessed what I would consider to be excessive adherence to outdated height limits. I strongly support the new proposal and urge the community board to support it as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. And next we're going to go to David Lucarello.
I don't see them here, Tammy.
Elizabeth York.
They're also not here.
And you're sure none of them are the phone number that's in there, right?
If I could identify them verbally, unmute them and ask if they can identify themselves.
That's fine.
I'm just gonna go down the list of the
Yep.
numbers I see. Whoever's the calling user with the number 347880, if you could identify yourself, please. Okay, I'm going to continue. Calling user 862668, you could please identify yourself.
Yes, Alicia Frick and Keith Gillespie are here. We're not speaking tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Try the 917 because they have their hand up. 917-763.
It's Christina Rocco. Hi, can you hear me? It's Christina Rocco.
Hi, Christina. Okay, so since you
Hi.
are here and you are signed up to speak, do you mind going now?
Not at all. No, this is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So I'm cutting my words down a little bit. So I'm a longstanding member of the downtown community. My family owns property on William Street and chose the financial district for the site of our business, AmeriCord Registry. Two of my children attended Peck Slip School next to 250 Water Street. I think that it would be an appropriate deviation from a landmarked zone, one that is that will enhance and not detract from the overall area. Howard Hughes proposes to remake a drab and crumbling parking lot into a vibrant, bustling residential and retail site on the edge of the historic district, well suited among nearby tall towers. The building would serve as a magnet to the suffering seaport. It's inevitable that the entirety of the Seaport Historic District would benefit from the increased foot traffic and energy this exciting project would bring. I'm sure you're all aware of the sad story from several weeks ago of a girl losing her life in the abandoned fish market building. The reality right now is one of a neighborhood on the
Thank you very much. We are at a minute per person. So let's move on to Wendy Cassidy.
Wendy Cassidy, I don't see their names. Tammy, would you like for me to continue calling out the calling users and asking them if they can?
Let's find some of the people that we know are here just so we can move forward. How's that? All right. Janet. Do we have a Janet in the public session?
Janet. Don't see Janet here.
Okay. Let's go with, I'm trying to keep everybody together on the same thing. All right, let's try Scott Dwyer. I see he's here and his hand is up. Scott?
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Great, thank you. My name is Scott Dwyer. I'm the director for Sons of the Revolution in the state of New York, a 501c3 not-for-profit, which maintains Fraunces Tavern Museum. The museum occupies 5 historic buildings, which anchor the Fraunces Tavern Block Historic District, also in Lower Manhattan, just a short walk away from the seaport. We believe the recent redesign of the proposed 250 Water Street development complements not only the historic buildings in the South Street Seaport Historic District, but also the surrounding buildings just outside the district that this prospective development abuts. The 250 Water Street development will also provide critical funding for South Street Seaport Museum, which anchors and preserves several buildings in the district, the outskirts of which this building is planned to inhabit. Accordingly, we urge the approval of the proposal to build 250 Water Street project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Emily Hellstrom is next.
Great. Hi. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. I just wanted to take a quick moment to speak in praise of the new Peck Slip Plaza. Every time I walk in it or sit on the edge and watch my kids play or even just pass by, I feel grateful. There is something about open public space that makes my heart soar. And then I realized that this plaza truly embodies so much of what is good about the public process. This place was not made with public-private partnership. It was just the city deciding to transform a parking lot like structure to make it more accessible and usable to the public, paid for by public dollars. There was a disagreement as to what should be there, so Community Board 1, and in particular the Waterfront and Parks Committee, held open public meetings. Neighbors came and spoke about what they wanted to see. The CB1 members volunteered their valuable time, listened to the public, and made their recommendations based on what people said. Our elected officials also listened and changed the design based on thoughtful feedback from the community board and their constituents, even though they had already approved something else. And in relatively short order, the city built it. It was an open and
Oops. Okay, sorry. I realize you may have timed it for 2, but we are at 1 minute due to the total quantity of people here tonight. Okay. Moving on. We'll go to Paul Hovitz.
Hi, Tammy.
Paul. Hi, Paul.
Yes.
Welcome.
Okay, yes. Happy Easter overall. I'd like to say specifically that if Howard Hughes builds as of right, we get a 160-foot blockhouse on that lot. We will have no museum, and the new market pier will be in the river, literally. The historic district will become prehistoric and will go the way of the dinosaurs. The remedies that I have heard proposed have been tried and failed. Since we're going to have a development and we're going to have a building there, let's get the most that we can out of this and revive the seaport. Save our seaport museum is important. The other remedies won't work. Thank you all for the time, and do have a happy holiday.
Thank you very much. Moving along, I see, let's see if I can find the others in our session. I'm looking for Anne Feely. I think that may just be A-N-N-E that's in the attendee section, Jen.
Yep, that's me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So thanks for having me speak. I live on Pearl Street, close to Dover, and just want to emphasize we are in the district, not on the edge, not on the outskirts, but in the district. Our building has to comply with landmark rules, and we do so willingly because we're part of the district. If small building owners follow the rules, then the large developers also have to follow the rules. Throwing money to museums or to any other special interest group is not sufficient to flout the district's rules. The mass and height of this proposal is inappropriate for the district. Approving this proposal would set a bad precedent for other parts of the district, including my area, which is Pearl Street, risking the further diminishing of the district. Please reject this proposal and save the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Moving along. Craig Page. And after you've spoken, if you can take your hand down, it'd be highly appreciated.
Craig Page, are you?
Yep, my name is Craig Page. I serve on the board of the South Street Seaport Museum. I was a founding teacher at Hudson River Community Sailing. In this position, I spearheaded waterside accredited curricula for New York City high school students. The South Street Seaport Museum, one of the major cheerleaders for waterfront education, is at a pivotal moment where it could either reach new heights as our city battles climate change, or all of its knowledge, the historical skills it teaches, and its materials could be lost for good. As well as looking back at our city's history, it will be able to look forward with new programming that looks at our city's future as a city on the sea in an era of climate change. I support this project to support the museum, and I hope you will join me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wendy Cassidy. We find Wendy. I think she's under just Wendy.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you. Welcome to CB1.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us, the community, speak. I oppose, actually my family opposes the building, not just because of the scale, but also the risk to the community and the children that go to school across the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm looking for some of the people who have signed up to see if I can find them. David Sheldon. David Lewis Sheldon.
I'm here.
Hi, David. Welcome.
Hello. 1 minute, I'll be fast. Save Our Seaport. I'm speaking for Save Our Seaport. It is a grassroots organization founded 10 years ago to advocate for the South Street Seaport Museum, an active waterfront, a public market, and the integrity of the Seaport Historic District. We continue to do so today. The Seaport has been a world destination as well as a favorite of New Yorkers. No surprise then that the goals of Save Our Seaport are shared by people throughout the city and the region. The Seaport is in fact a place of national historic significance, and it is recognized as such. The developer's latest proposal does nothing for this Seaport Historic District. A little less too tall is still too tall. Moving the proposed tower to a corner within the lot closer to buildings outside the district begs the question, why should it be built within the district at all? And why would we permit this precedent that would endanger this and every historic district in our city? We once again urge the board to adopt the resolution asking the proposal be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to James Kaplan.
My name is James Kaplan. I'm the past president of the Lower Manhattan Historical Association, and I've carefully studied the history of South Street Seaport as well as Lower Manhattan and written about it. And it seems to me that the South Street Seaport District began as a result of the South Street Seaport Museum. And the idea was that the museum would be funded with real estate development in the area that was created by the museum, which to some extent has happened. But in the last 17 years, the zoning proposal, which restricts the height, hasn't worked. It's worked for the people in Southbridge Towers and many of the people here, but it hasn't worked for the Seaport and the rest of this Lower Manhattan district, which is very much dependent in certain respects on the Seaport Museum. I therefore urge that you accept Howard Hughes' proposal and do not restrict the future of this city and the future of Lower Manhattan by.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving along. We're going with Sarah McNally.
I'm here.
Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Sarah McNally, owner of McNally Jackson Books. I only need a few seconds. I asked to speak as a local retailer because I am relying on the city to help vitalize this neighborhood. I personally like the building, although I don't think that I'm here as an architectural expert. I like the way it looks. I like the way that it shelters the district from Pearl Street. But I think most importantly, we need to come together with this developer, with our city and the developer, to help make this district beautiful. And when such a large percentage of the district is parking lot, I think we have a problem that we need to come together to solve. And I believe Howard Hughes has offered an elegant solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alan Millman.
Yes. Am I muted still?
No, you are not, sir.
Oh, very good. Okay. My name is Alan Millman. I'm a lifetime New Yorker with a strong interest and desire to preserve New York history, especially in Lower Manhattan. I'm a board member of Lower Manhattan Historical Association and a colonel and chief of staff of the Veteran Corps of Artillery of the state of New York. In addition, I have a strong marketing background in tourism and hospitality. You've heard ad nauseum a lot about the design, the cost, the zoning, local protests, and the need to preserve the Seaport District. I must say, SOM, the architectural firm, one of the best in the world, has done an outstanding job in trying to mitigate all the issues about design in the area, and I think has done an exceptional job. It's apparent that Howard Hughes Corporation, its distinguished firm, have addressed various LPC and neighborhood concerns by adapting the exterior design to the district architecture, including density, reduced height, cornicing, and building materials. The HAC has developed a plan to convert an eyesore parking lot into a dynamic residential and retail economic upgrade.
Thank you very, very much for coming and testifying. Let's take a look next. Trying to get some of the folks who I know came to a past meeting in. There is a lovely person from IPIC. Where are they? Here we go. Patrick Quinn from IPIC Theaters. Patrick, did you speak last time? Did you speak at the committee meeting? No, I
did not
didn't.
get to speak last time.
Great, gotcha.
Thank you, Tim.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Yep, I'm Patrick Quinn. I'm the vice president at IPIC Theaters. Hopefully you guys know about us. If not, please come visit us. IPIC is located within the district at 11 Fulton Street in the beautiful and historic Fulton Market building. As a resident business, IPIC has closely analyzed the updated plan for 250 Water and the museum, and we strongly believe both are architecturally appropriate and a critical improvement to the Seaport District. The updated plan for 250 Water has a streetscape that echoes surrounding streets and historic buildings while bringing modern charm and mixed-use vibrancy. In order for IPIC and other businesses to survive and for the district to thrive, we need 250 Water and the museum to be built. This current proposal is a significant upgrade to what can be built as of right, and we love that it provides the architectural interest with a low and varied cornice line that drastically improves the walkability of the district. The district needs not just more customers, but more advocates. Who better to advocate for the district than new commercial tenants and new market rate and affordable housing residents? We at IPIC fully support the current design and proposals and urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Megan Malvern's here. She's on a cell phone. So can we try one of the cell phones?
That's me. Do you hear me?
I do. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Oh,
Yes, I can.
Yay. Sorry.
Sorry about that. My apologies.
No, no
I
worries.
know that. Thank you.
I'm not normally on the phone, so I appreciate looking. So out of respect for the hundreds of hours of unpaid time already spent on this topic by the community and CB1, I simply wish to add my strong opposition to the chorus of disdain for the hugely out of scale and historically insensitive design being proposed for the 250 Water Street site. I therefore yield the rest of my time to another speaker picked at the chairperson's discretion. Thank you.
Wow. Megan, thank you very much. It's awfully kind because we have spent some time on this. All righty. I'm going to go to, I'm trying to find people who have, from organizations who have not spoke before. Okay, Douglas Hanau, Hanau. Let's look for Douglas.
They might be coming from a call-in line. Let's see. It's a call-in user with their hand raised.
Okay.
Call-in user 917763. Are you Douglas?
Hi, no, this is Christina again. I've already spoken. I got cut off, so I'm happy to read my last 3 sentences, but I know that you guys don't want me to
Sorry.
do that, so.
Yeah, we're
It's okay.
keeping down. We are gonna lower your hand and thank you so much. Please stay. And you're
Sure.
certainly welcome
Yep.
for the time. Let's try
Colin,
516.
Yeah, 516732. Are you Douglas Hanau? No response. Okay.
Yep. And he jumped off real quick. Nope, they're back. Okay, let's kind of move on because we don't want to have it hold up the whole night. All right, so I will mark him as not having had the opportunity to speak, even though he was called. All right, let's do Robert Becker. Robert, you're unmuted. Go ahead. And Jen, please lower his hand.
Hi, my name is Robert Becker of the Durst Organization. I am a resident of Front Street for the last 9 years, and I also work in Lower Manhattan for the Durst Organization. My responsibilities include the operations for One World Trade Center's commercial operations and activities for our 9 Durst-owned buildings in the historic Front District that are between Peck Slip and Beekman Streets. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the Durst Organization when we strongly support the development of 250 Water Street and the South Streetport Museum proposals. I know I speak for myself and many of the commercial tenants when I say that the parking lot at 250 Water Street is not historic nor worthy of preservation. It is an unsightly gap in the street wall experienced negatively by all who enter this neighborhood. The proposed design of 250 Water Street is both appropriate to the context and the single building draws from the design elements found in the historic district. The setback towers having minimal impact on the.
Sorry, but thank you, Mark. We are holding to 1 minute each as we go along. Thank you very much.
Tammy, could we go back to Douglas?
Sure,
wishing-
absolutely.
Okay, awesome. Hey, Colin user, Douglas, you're unmuted, so you should be able to speak.
Hi, Douglas. Oh, Douglas. Let's keep going. We're going to go Ankur Dulal.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Thank you. I'm here to speak in favor of the proposal at 250 Water Street, but before turning to the project, I briefly wanted to express some concern about the Landmarks Committee meeting about the project from earlier this month. I sincerely appreciate the effort to run a timely and efficient meeting with dozens of commentators, but I believe that there were some aspects of that meeting's organization that precluded getting an honest perspective. Unlike tonight, the one commentator from organization rule was only announced halfway through that meeting, which gave the impression that the rules were being changed. Second, a proponent wasn't allowed to speak because she had spoken at a previous meeting, but this was a discussion about a revised proposal, so I think she should have been able to speak to the changes. Finally, I noticed that there were several instances of either rebutting or redirecting speakers of color who spoke in favor of the project as they testified. While I don't believe this was intentional, I noticed it happened twice at the last meeting, and it personally happened to me when I was speaking about the original 250 Water Street proposal. Proponents were asked to limit testimony to the aesthetics, while opponents were allowed to talk about traffic congestion or their light and views. I don't think that's reasonable, but I do appreciate that tonight's meeting tried to change that. As for the revised project, I believe it's contextual and appropriate, and I strongly support it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Linda Hellstrom, you are next.
We actually submitted written testimony, so I'll just take a second to say that I support fully the coalition's statement that is against this design. as being totally inappropriate. And I think that everyone is looking at the podium as the whole building. The entire building must be considered, and it's a bulky skyscraper that actually can be found in numerous other places within New York City other than the historic district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. I see Encore Dalal is on. Did Encore go? I still see the hand up.
I believe he spoke just before Linda.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. All right, so we're going to Mark Bozek, B-O-Z-E-K.
Hello.
Hi, Mark.
Hi. Every single business, every single school system, every single neighborhood in the world and human being has been affected. And yet what I heard from the commission and some of its residents was verbiage on colors of stone, neighborhood light, and so-called historical districts, without acknowledging that a new vision of New York City must be considered. Districts are so last year. If this proposal was 50 feet out of the district, what would change the opposition's mind? I'm a proud New Yorker. The Howard Hughes Corporation has tirelessly spent millions of dollars working in tandem with the city to preserve a neighborhood that for so long, despite all the love of those that have lived there for X amount of years, was broken and tired and run down even before Hurricane Sandy. I respectfully ask that you give recognition to how ill New York City is. This is not business as usual. How very sad that it is that the safety of the city, the vibrant street traffic, is so very damaged. But yet here we are tonight all fighting for it, for better or for worse. But I would strongly and passionately suggest that the committee does not hold itself to standards that are
Thank you very much. Dial-in user 34788. I apologize. Do you see a dial-in user 347446, Jen?
I do not. I see 347-880.
No, that's not it. Okay. Trying to move along. Let's see. Let's just keep going. We have Christopher Good.
We can do it here.
I can hear you. Christopher? Hello? Chris? Chris? Okay. Moving along. We are making time. We do have Bryce Palmer back on the line. So I think hold on a sec, let me see if I have anybody else that I can find from the session. Bobby Barnett. And then Maggie Dalal. Okay, so we're going to go Bobby Barnett, Maggie Dalal. I'm still looking for David and Elizabeth. All right. But we'll go in that order. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Wonderful. My name is Bobby Barnett. I work a few blocks from the proposed site on Gold Street, and I wanted to voice my support for the proposed project. I'll keep it brief, but walking around the neighborhood during the workday, the current site, the current parking lot, it's quite the eyesore, and it certainly takes away from the context of the Seaport's architecture. The new developer proposal, having reviewed it, it seems like it shows a whole lot of promise. It has an updated facade, an updated height. It certainly appears designed to blend into the area, and I don't think it is visually upsetting. It's contextually appropriate. It would also improve the historic value of the site compared with its present use. And I will say the fact that this project would add badly needed housing, both market rate and affordable, and a vital lifeline for the historic Seaport Museum may not be major considerations for the Landmark Committee in the letter, but I do hope that they are considered when looking at this larger project. Thank you for taking the time and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Go Maggie Dalal is next. she's in attendees, I see. Maggie, you're unmuted.
Great. Hi, Tammy. Thank you. My name is Maggie Dalal, and I'm a downtown resident. And I just wanted to say that I'm opposed to this proposal. I literally had a conversation with my daughter as we're listening to this, who's 8, and said, "Why are you having a meeting about this? There's a rule that you can't build over 120 feet, and that should be observed." So I just want to say I oppose anything over that height. And on top of it, if you look at the changes that they made in the structure, the building is actually even wider and bigger, even though it's not as high. And it's just not attractive. I think that, focusing on the architecture is what we're supposed to be doing here tonight. So I just wanted to share that. And thank you, CB1, for all you guys do.
Thank you very much. We're going to go next to Kim. I don't have a last name. It just says Kim.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello?
Kim. Yes.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Kim Busey, and I've lived, worked, and believed in Lower Manhattan for over 23 years. My children had a rock star education due to responsible development that gave back to our community. I know that everyone on this call has been talking about devastation caused by the pandemic and the decline we've seen in our community. I've been confused by the rigid resistance to this project, which I feel stands in contrast to this responsibly redesigned and responsive and beautifully contextual project with its huge economic impact for our community, especially during this really crazy, unprecedented, vulnerable, and scary times. You hear people tonight even saying, this is only about the architecture, but I don't know how you can decouple the architecture and the rest of the benefits to the community. And you've been asked to save our seaport, and I want to join in asking you to save our seaport and by supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Warren Green now in the attendee list. So Warren, we're going to unmute you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to request that you deny this application. It does not fit the context of the seaport. It shouldn't be more than 120 feet, period, case closed. I'm not sure they can build as of right without going through LPC. It will completely overwhelm the seaport, which is not something we wish to do, I don't think. And I think there should be other ways to find means to support the South Street Seaport Museum. I don't think it's appropriate to do a trade-off, and that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. If we can mute him, please. I think his kids might agree. All right, we're going to go back. Jen, can you mute him?
That wasn't Warren Green. I'm trying to see who's unmuted.
Awesome. So we're going to close the part of the public session that has to do with 250 Water Street at this point. All right, let's see. Whose mic is open? It's gone.
It's someone named Kate.
Someone named Kate, yeah.
Just muted them.
Just mute her. Okay, great. We're going to go back. I do see Bryce Palmer on, which is in regards to 41 Murray Street liquor license. And then we have 2 or 3 others. Keeping in mind it's 7:03. Everybody is at 1 minute apiece. All right.
This is
Mr. and Ms. Hello. Hi. Is this Bryce?
Yeah, this is Bryce Palmer. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. Welcome.
Actually thank you. I submitted in writing to my comments, but I just want to make sure that we don't consider extending the hours for the liquor license approval for 41 Murray. That it's for one thing, it's a building that resides residents, and then also Murray Street as a whole during normal operations is pretty noisy. So we should consider keeping the hours as is with the normal liquor license hours. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So we have a couple other speakers. We're going to go to Susan Peters. Susan, if you're still here. I do not see Susan Peters. Okay, moving along, we're going to go to Pat Gray.
Hi.
Hi, Pat.
Thanks for this opportunity to speak. I brought this up at the last full CB1 meeting, and it came up again at the quality of life, and now I'm back. And the reason that I am back is because I and my friends and fellow members of BPC for BLM really think that with everything that else is going on, that we just want to highlight this thing because we consider it to be, as I'm sure most people do, really important. It has to do with the CCRB. At its September 2020 meeting, CB1 passed a resolution supporting restoration of full funding. And now the mayor has come out with a whole new proposal that in effect still leaves the police department in charge of the final say. That is not a civilian complaint review board that can function correctly. And I think we all need to pass a resolution.
Thank you, Pat. And that is what quality of life does. So awesome. I am sure you can take that up with quality of life committee. All right, moving along, we have Mariama and we have Justine. Taylor, I'm going to assume that Pat has spoken for BPC for BLM as you are in the same organization. If not, please text the host. Justine, if it's the same topic, are you going to pass?
No, I'm not going to pass, but it's not the same topic. It's not about the CCRB.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go Mariama and then Justine.
Okay, I'm talking about racism today in light of everything that's happening around the country. So I was going to start out with some racist acts that occurred on this day. I'll cut everything down. In 1933, just so you know, though, the German Reichstag granted Adolf Hitler dictatorial powers with the Enabling Act on this day. In 1945, U.S. Navy ships bombed the Japanese island of Okinawa on this day. And what?
Somebody's interrupting you. I don't. Bill Kulamentis, please put yourself on mute. Thank you. Go ahead. Keep going, Mariama.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah, there were many, many atrocities that occurred on this day in history. So in 1882, yes?
Keep going.
Oh, I thought somebody called my name. 1882, Frederick Douglass stood with and for Chinese people with the, he denounced the Chinese Exclusion Act that was, forget it. I'll send it to the newspaper.
You know what, Mariama? Write something up, send it to us. And
but then nobody hears it. So that's okay, I appreciate it. I'll send it to the paper. Thanks.
Don't we have a newsletter that goes out every Friday? Send it to me. All right, Justine, you're next.
Thank you. All right, so my name is Justine Kucha, and I'm a white woman, and I'm speaking out today because when any one of our community is suffering, we are all suffering. And the events the past few weeks and all of 2020 really, once again bring to our collective consciousness the disparate treatment that so many of our neighbors and friends experience and have experienced all day, every day. Racism isn't new. Start the clock, guys. Racism isn't new, but the other day, while at a rally supporting Asian Americans, our New York State Assemblywoman Yuli New said something that blew my mind. All racism is state sanctioned. The system is not broken. It was built this way. It was built in a particular way to hurt certain groups of people while helping other very specific groups of people prosper. It was built at the expense of Blacks, Asians, Hispanics, women, LGBTQ people, any group that is not white, cis, and male. The system is working just fine given what it's designed for. But maybe, just maybe, in 2021, all these disparate groups can come together to say that it's high time we build a system that works for all of us, not just cis white men. The current system is not broken, it's wrong. And the collective we need to dismantle it and build one that serves the beautiful melting pot that is who we all are. Thank you. And Taylor is going to speak about something else, not about, I can tell you she's not speaking about, oh God, CCRB, but thank you.
Perfect. And if Mariama can fix her audio because she kept going in and out, then we'll reset the clock for her. Taylor, welcome. You're here.
Thank you. I'm just unmuted and I tried to bring my time down to a minute.
You're very quiet, Taylor. You may need to speak louder.
In the midst of so much violence, Americans are all hurting and healing. Asian Americans have been targeted by anti-Asian hate, and the number of white men physically and verbally attacking Asian Americans has increased in our city and our country. Police continue to kill unarmed Black and Brown Americans at disproportionate rates. A homeless youth, Rosalie Sanchez, was murdered in our district this month. Yet I've heard far too many times from my white neighbors that we don't have a problem with racism here. And because we are a mostly white residential neighborhood in CB1, we don't have to get involved in racial justice. Well, I'd like to correct this and speak directly to white people like myself and say, we do have a problem with racism here. And we've had a problem with white supremacy here since the colonizers first sold this land from the Lenape people, kidnapped African people and sold them on the first ever stock market here at Wall Street for the benefit of white people. Since then, white people continue to oppress those they deem different for the benefit of themselves and other white people. So please, white people, each of us have a responsibility to check our white privilege daily and actively work to dismantle systemic racism. I invite you to do so on a
Thank you, Taylor. Definitely. All right, let's see. Mariama may have fixed her audio. If so, let's take a look back at her audio. Jen, if you can find her, she's on her cell. She signed back off and back in. She may be in the attendees section. See if I can find her. Okay, she would be 917841 if you can find her.
I do not see that number here.
Okay. If not, Mariama, when you get to quality of life, let's do it there. Somebody stop sharing them. You've got the agenda up. March minutes up. Lucy, your screen sharing. Thank you. All right, let's see. Have you found Mariama back on? Okay. She has not come back on yet, so as a board member, she can certainly, I'll say, update some of that during the committee meeting. All right, let's see. Let me just see where I am. I am here. We are going to go to our elected representatives at 7:13, and that way we can then go into the full board meeting. So with our public representatives who are here and who are, Mariama texted me, she'll be back. So we're going to start with Claudia. Claudia from State Assembly Member's Office. Welcome. Thank you.
Hello, Tammy. Thank you very much. This is Claudia from Assemblymember News Office. I will keep this brief. March has been a very busy month. In terms of the budget, the Assembly has recently released what we call as the One House budget, or in short, the proposed changes that the Assembly would like to see to the executive budget that the governor released earlier in the year. Yulene has been pushing for the state to raise revenue to protect our most essential public services, including education, housing, and healthcare, and has reiterated that we cannot afford to cut our social service network at a time when we desperately need our orgs and partners to support the most vulnerable communities. She has said this One House budget should not be the ceiling, it should be the floor, and we urge all her colleagues to continue advocating for more as this Assembly and Senate enter joint budget negotiations. Yulene's full speech video is available on her assembly website, and then it's also linked in our board report that Lucian has kindly included in the public folder. And regarding the recent wave of anti-Asian violence and harassment, Yulene is truly devastated and heartbroken. And she wanted me to ask everyone to remember to take a moment for yourself and your loved ones. It's very rough seeing all the news coming out, and she wanted to make sure that everyone checks in on each other and make sure we are okay. She has attended a couple of vigils and will continue to push for resources to be dedicated to anti-AAPI hate initiatives and support the ongoing work and efforts to keep our community safe for all New Yorkers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claudia, and thanks for joining us. So next we're moving to Hannah. Welcome, Hannah Wienerman from Congressman Jerry Nadler's office. Hannah?
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. That's like, I can't wait till we no longer have to.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Hi, Hannah Wienerman from Congressman Jerry Nadler's office. Since I've last been here, President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan. This is a $1.9 trillion COVID relief plan. There's a lot to the bill. I just want to flag a few things. A lot of folks have called our office about the relief checks. So this third round of relief checks are going out. Some direct deposit payments went out last week, and another round of both direct deposits and mail checks are slated to go out tomorrow. If you haven't received your stimulus payment yet, you can use the Get My Payment tool. That's for this current round of checks that are going out. If you still have not received the first or second round of checks, you can claim it as a recovery rebate credit on your tax filings this year. If you don't normally file taxes, there's a form that you could file. So call our office with any questions. I'll leave my information in the chat. Unemployment insurance, the benefits have been extended to September 6th. This includes the additional $300 a week starting on March 14th. It extends the PUA to September 6th as well, capped at 79 weeks. The benefits are taxable, but waived on the first $10,200 collected in 2020. Quick two notes about the SBA. The shuttered venue operators grants, they're going live next week. They'll be on the SBA website. And folks have called about the Restaurants Act. The Restaurant Revitalization Fund has been created, but we'll have more information on the SBA website in the coming weeks. I'll leave my information in the chat. Feel free to reach out with any questions. Thanks for your time.
Take a breath. Wow, that was fast. But thank you. Next, we're going to go to Luke Wolf from Controller Stringer's office, and then we will close out with Ms. Cora from Councilmember Chin's office. Luke, you're first.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. I want to start with one piece of good news was that after some advocacy from the controller, the DOE has decided to reinstate funding for many schools due to the mid-year adjustments, something that we were pushing for to make sure the schools did not have to give back, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars that many have already allocated. So this week they announced that they are going to be holding schools harmless during that mid-year adjustment process, which we think is a win for schools and communities across the city, including here in CB1. To keep it short, one other update from our office is this week, Controller Stringer and a group called A Better Balance released the results of their work and family survey, which really sought to better understand how New Yorkers have navigated the professional and personal responsibilities during the pandemic. And what we found was pretty clear, and that's that New York City is really facing a crisis of care, and that women, people of color, low-income New Yorkers who were overrepresented in frontline jobs really disproportionately suffered during the pandemic. And what we found is that of the 1,200 New Yorkers, more than half of the women caring for children were forced to cut back on their paid work because they were not able to find accessible and affordable childcare. So we put forward a number of recommendations on this, including flexible work arrangements, more available and affordable childcare, and a number of other things. I will drop my contact information and some other links in the chat, and I hope everyone has a good rest of their month.
Thank you very much, Luke. Cora?
Am I heard?
You are. Thank you.
Hey, welcome everyone. I am Cora Fong, Community Liaison for Councilmember Margaret Chin. Many of you have expressed care and concerns about the uptick of the anti-Asian hate crimes and about the March 16 mass shooting of Asian women at massage parlor in Atlanta. Thank you. Before I read a portion of Councilwoman's statement on the mass shooting, I would like to have a moment of silence. in memory of the individuals who were tragically murdered in Atlanta. Thank you. Here's part of Councilwoman's statement. Many allies are asking, how can we support the Asian community in New York City during this time of great stress and heightened fear? I want to see deep change that goes beyond reaction and commentary. Support that we need is day-to-day interactions between communities. Supporting the Asian community means supporting our youth. The city's response should be centered around funding youth and community engagement, and that means financing programs like SYEP and Compass. Gives our young people ample opportunities to engage with New Yorkers from different backgrounds. I will submit the full statement along with the monthly highlight to CB1. You may also contact Councilmember Chin directly to offer your thoughts and suggestions. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Cora. I'm just going to do one check because we have a new elected rep with us this evening. Her name is Chantel. And she may not know the protocols because she's new to Senator Kavanaugh's office. She is here. She is in my chair report to make an announcement to welcome her to CB1 officially. But because she is our newest and may not have gotten there, I want to ensure, I believe she's here. Chantel?
I am. Can you hear me? I also submitted my form before 6.
Oh, I will have to go check with Lucian.
I like to follow the rules.
Welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. And just very quickly, I just wanted to let everyone know, much like the Assembly, we too are currently in the middle of final budget negotiations. The Senate One House budget went out last week and includes really a lot of much needed funding for our COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program, also known as CRAP, our Housing Access Voucher Program, also known as HAVP, public housing generally, and Environmental Bond Act, and much needed commercial rent relief. So we're really pushing hard for a lot of those items right now. And also we've introduced and passed a bill in the Senate right now that would require hospitals and nursing homes to develop a stewardship plan to prevent the overuse of antibiotics so that we can fight against antibiotic resistance. And if anyone would like to learn more about that, please feel free to reach out. And then lastly, we are hosting, this spring, we'll be hosting a youth policy council for students grades 9 to 12 who live or attend school in the district. Our first session is this Thursday. And I have to say our list is looking a little light. So please, if you know any youth and that would be interested, I'm going to drop the form in the chat and you can reach out to me again directly for any other follow-up questions. Thank you so very much for my first meeting as the CB1 representative.
Well, welcome, Chantel. If you send us the flyer, we will also drop it into the public folder. It's sort of like the table that we would have if you walked into the meeting itself. And that way we can post up there and people can see it. So that would be great.
What is the age group for the youths?
Freshmen in high school to seniors.
Perfect.
So I guess that's 14, 15? I can't remember that far.
It's actually age 14 to 17 or 18 if you're talking 9th through 12th grade. Some 13-year-olds get to 9th grade, maybe. All righty, Chantel, thank you. Please drop us the flyers so we can put it in the public drive and we can share it with everybody. And with that, we are going to officially close the public session. We do have Gail here tonight, our esteemed Manhattan Borough President, Gail Brewer. So with the new policy of how we run the meetings, the public session is closed. We welcome our elected official. And Gail, if you are on a time crunch, we can do it, our approval of our minutes right after you. It's fine, Gail.
Can you hear me?
I can, welcome.
Okay, great. I'll be very quick and thank you very much, Madam Chair. So there's two quick things. One is every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, we have been doing vaccine task forces that have developed a real following in terms of information. I think the major issue, there are many right now, is of course a homebound. And we're still trying to figure out how are we going to do that effectively. So that has been an ongoing issue. But second, today we had all of the discussion regarding the federal money. It is coming in the billions. And so we had staff of the congressional delegation, National League of Cities, and people from centers that deal with this issue in the city of New York. Feel free to join us any Tuesday, but I will say when we don't know exactly how education, exactly how broadband, exactly how cultural, exactly how housing, and certainly resiliency and infrastructure is coming. So I hope that you're able to join us in the future, but I also hope that you have ways in which we can work together on oversight. I'll just leave it at that because this is a big, and by December 31, 2024, if we don't spend the money, we have to return it. I do not want to return a penny. So I want this to go well in Manhattan. Second, we have a lot of reports that we've been working on that are now available. One on how you do with zoning and religious facilities, one on open streets, one on affordable housing, and one on small business. And I hope that you find them on our website. And I look forward to continuing to work with Board One. And congratulations on everything that you're working on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Borough President. Is there anybody from the community board who has questions for Gail? And just so everybody knows, when we end our public session, that means that the only people who get recognized to speak from this point forward are the board members. So hands up if you would like to ask Gail a question. I see Justine has her hand up and then Tom. Justine?
Just is really stupid, Gail. I'm sorry, but so you said you're getting a lot of money that's going to get used up. Where's the money coming to, and what can it be used for?
Sure, the money's coming from the federal government in the billions, trillions, and it's going. This is the money that is from the stimulus that, to the credit of Senator Schumer, and it's coming to the city of New York in many different ways. And since I was in that office for Mayor Dinkins, I pay a lot of attention, and I want to make sure it goes where it's supposed to go. So I'm very focused on that, and I think others should be too.
You know, I think that's a really amazing point. Lots of money coming in. I guess my biggest question is how can we put it to best use? How's that?
Well, we can all work together. I'll leave it at that because it's a long story, but we're talking about it every Tuesday at 3, and you're welcome to join us.
Thank you.
Perfect. All righty, Tom. Your hand is still up.
Yeah, hi, Gail.
I can't hear you, Tom.
With therapeutics, and I was wondering, we're talking a lot about vaccines. I was wondering, is any money going towards therapeutics and that can mitigate, and treat and help, the other side of it is people who get sick, how to help them.
Question. A lot of it, again, it's too nuanced for me to answer. I will say that billions are going to the federally qualified health centers and health and hospitals. So it would be a question to ask as we go along.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
I have to go to 3 more community boards. So thank you very much.
I appreciate you coming. Thank you very, very much. Have a great night. All right. It's amazing. So with that, let's, do I hear a motion to adopt the February 2021 minutes?
Yes, I make that motion.
Any seconds?
Second.
Okay. Do I hear any no's? Any abstentions? Any recusals? With that, our February minutes passed, and let's move to our district manager's report.
Thank you, Tammy. Hi, everyone. I'm Lucian Reynolds. I'm the district manager of Manhattan Community Board 1. Last week, Tammy and I joined the dean and president of New York Law School for a meeting about bringing energy back to Tribeca. Tammy has more to say about that in a minute, so I'll leave the rest to her. But it was a really great meeting, and I think it has lots of great grassroots implications. On Monday, I joined the borough budget coordinators from around the city in a meeting with the Office of Management and Budget on the upcoming round of budget consultations with the city and the agencies. It looks like I will likely be managing Manhattan's consultation effort again this year. So I encourage all members of the board and community to put on your budget hats and get ready to think about how the city spends its money. And that's the capital budget and the expense budget. It's never too early to start talking about that. So if you have any interest in really digging into the budget this year and the process of how the city used its money in the previous year, which should be very interesting given the cuts and during the pandemic and now the recent infusion, please let me know. The more the merrier, and it takes a lot of thinking to have a very coherent, fulsome response to the city and our priorities. Lastly, many have read that the mayor announced a date when he wants the city employees to return to their offices. We're working with the borough president's office to see how CBs fit into that announcement, remembering that we are not mayoral agencies. There are no plans or guidance for returning to in-person meetings at this time. So everyone can just, breathe easy right now. We're not going to do anything in person until we are, certain that it's a safe thing to do. But for now, it seems that we've all become quite accustomed to remote meetings. So more to come as we learn more. So thanks for that, Tammy. Back to you.
Awesome. Okay, so let's hit my chair's report. A little dense. All right, but fun pictures. So if you are out and about in Community Board 1, send me pictures. You can see where this is. That's if you're east side with the moon up, sunset over Mother Cabrini, and our South Street Seaport Historic District. Next slide. Okay, it's been a busy month. So the FIDI Seaport Climate Resilience Plan workshops, they have had two on reimagining Lower Manhattan, Public's waterfront for the 21st century. Meetings 1 and 2 were this month since our last board meeting. I attended both. There is a robust session. You'll see another public meeting coming up. I highly encourage you to attend. I really hope that the community at large comes and has a discussion and is as passionate as they are about Governor's Island with what's going to happen at the seaport. There's also a Battery Wharf resiliency meeting. The Governor's Island was ruled on by DCP, and as well as zoning for coastal resiliency. Both were approved. We did send a letter regarding Governor's Island to City Council. We had made 34 requests, 2 were fully addressed, 9 partially, and 23 not at all. So we hope that there is still an opportunity for addressing some of the needs for Community Board 1 through City Council. We've done testimony for 240 Greenwich and sat on the advisory councils. Test and tracing. Thank you to Francis and the Quality of Life team and everybody who goes to those meetings. There's a lot of information. It comes out super quick and it's changing rapidly. We welcome Chantel, which is nice. The Hudson River Park Advisory Council has been talking about the Intrepid contract and some of the other things. There's a new Madeline, for lack of a better expression. As people know, Madeline Wills has resigned. CB2 has sent a letter requesting that the community boards be involved in this discussion as the advisory council members as well. We will sign on and join CB2 in that regard with a letter. I attended the first precinct community council meeting. For anybody who is concerned about safety, anybody is concerned about what's happening, please go to your NCO meetings, go to the first precinct community council. They have this fantastic task force put together to fight Asian hate crimes and other hate crimes that have been going on. And it's important, if you want to be a part of the change, show up. Which also makes me say that please read the newsletter. I promise I'm not going over things in this meeting that I've already sent out in the newsletter, which includes copies of letters like Councilmember Chin and Manhattan Borough President Brewer supported our positions on 240 Greenwich. There's a letter copied in the newsletter. And the New Market Building, we sent a letter to EDC with our dismay over. It's just unimaginable that there was such a loss of any life is terrible. A loss of life due to negligence is just horrible. Okay, next slide. we've been working on collaborating with some of our other community boards. So we have a lot of other things coming up. So again, turn your cameras on because I can see you all. But there is an open meeting, the flyers on the next page I'll show you, for the future of Tribeca. The Battery Park City Authority board meeting is tomorrow. There's a Lower Manhattan Coastal Resiliency Battery Wharf open house tomorrow. Our collaboration with most other Manhattan community boards about the pricing out of mom and pop. And we have our own balloon saloon who will be on the panel in the Downtown Alliance as well. April will be a busy month with Battery Park City Authority resiliency measures and the wharf, congestion pricing. We are putting together speakers for land use to talk about the citywide comprehensive planning. There's a helicopter task force meetings that are coming up, and we have 3 people who have volunteered for that, and 5 World Trade Center. Next slide. So these are important things to remember. Pricing out of mom and pop, how the changing housing market affects small businesses. That is March 30th at 6:30. Tomorrow is the Building Resiliency and Creating Opportunity, the open forum on the future of Tribeca, because if many people remember, they're looking to create a pandemic recovery task force. If you are interested in the topic, please sign up. Our own Alice Blank will be on the panel as our Tribeca resident representative and CB1 representative. So show some love and support, and please go to both of those. The Borough President Office sent out leadership trainings for March and April. If you need leadership training on anything, whether it's compliance, land use, transportation, all those fun things, please, if you can't find the email that we sent out, let us know. We'll send it again. And the Battery Wharf registration is there. And then a reminder that Governor's Island, the City Council hearing is April 5th. Next slide. Okay, I know we are all happy. So here's some fun things as the winter and the pandemic end and spring arrives. Let's hit the next slide. We will soon be dancing again. So if everybody remembers some of the fantastic stuff that happens in Lower Manhattan, we are all excited. In an ideal world, our outdoor things will come back into full force first. And if you can, be safe, wear a mask, get vaccinated. And with that, I hope to be dancing with you all at a meeting soon. Let's start our committee reports. Oh no, it's me again. We have a resolution on the municipal elections and the polling task force. Do we have any questions on the resolution? Oh, not seeing any hands up. Brittany, you ready to go? This will be a roll call for the first reso. Woo!
Yep, give me 1 second. I just gotta pull up the other one. Other document. Okay, can I start?
Yep, take it away.
Amoruso?
Come back to him.
Amoruso?
I haven't seen him.
Burton?
Yes.
Blank?
Yes.
Brown Kennedy?
Yes.
Cameron?
Cameron, yes.
Cassell?
Cassell, yes.
Chang?
Chang, yes.
Brittany, can you go back? You're putting A's instead of P's.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, I just fixed it. Chapman? Chapman?
Yes, Chapman.
Thank you. Cherkudian?
Arkudian votes yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Cole?
Cole votes yes. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Kuchia?
Lucia votes yes.
Cunningham?
Cunningham, yes.
Curtis?
Curtis, yes.
Airman?
Airman. Okay, Flynn.
Airman, yes.
Oh, Airman, got it. Okay, thank you. Flynn.
Flynn, yes.
Franker. Franker.
Sorry, did not get. Sorry, Franker is a yes.
Got it. Friedman.
Friedman, yes.
Roman.
Roman, yes.
Galloway. Goldstein.
Goldstein, yes.
Gupta.
Gupta, yes.
Jesse. Jesse. James. James. Joyce.
Joyce, yes.
Kay.
Kay, yes.
Cannell.
Yes.
Kettering.
Kettering, yes.
Capel.
Yes.
Clementis.
Clementis, yes.
Lamery.
Emery, yes.
Lerner.
Lerner, yes.
Lewinson. Lewinson, yes. Mahoney. Don't think he's here yet. McHugh.
McHugh, yes.
Meltzer.
Meltzer, yes, and God bless you, whoever that was.
Mahalski. Mahalski. Myhawk.
Myhawk absent.
Thank you. Monjovi.
Yes.
Moore. Moore.
Moore, yes.
Schneck.
Schneck, yes.
Star. Star. Sung.
Sung, yes.
Tedesco. Tedesco. Townley. Townley. Okay. Wade, yes. Weinstock.
Weinstock, yes.
She.
Z, yes.
Z. Sorry about that. Zelter.
Zelter, yes.
Okay. Do we have Townley? Tedesco. Star. Mahalski. James. Jesse. Or Amoruso?
Abstain, Amoruso.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks, Tammy.
Awesome. So we are taking a look. You will see more as we go ahead. I'm going to work with Diana to do an analysis of the RFPs that have been issued for the Lower Manhattan Coastal Resiliency and the FIDI Seaport Climate Master Plan, so we can all look at a timeline. Alice is working. She's compiled a ton of work on this already to take a look so we can really see how we got here. I quickly went through that first slide, which showed the land extension and the timeline that the city is working with. And we really do need to pay attention here. By the way, Alice, Brittany, sorry. Laura Starr is here. She's having troubles unmuting, so I'm going to ask the office team to take care of her on the side. But for attendance purposes, she's here. She just can't unmute. So anyway, back to the Seaport Climate Resiliency Master Plan. We need to take a look and see how much money is spent. There's been a lot of dialogue on that thus far, what the RFPs were for, and where the community is standing. Because before we can get to a resolution about a plan, we need to understand how we got here. And there does seem to be an awful lot of confusion on that particular aspect. So Will Fisher was kind enough to join us at the executive committee to talk about some of those things, and we are still garnering and gathering information for which you'll see, because it then will also need to reflect in our future capital plans and our budget plans. So this is about environmental protection, it is about land use, it is about zoning, and it is about budget. And with that, I conclude my executive committee report. Thank you so much. Next. Youth and Ed, Tricia Joyce.
Hello. We had a pretty quick meeting this month. We did have a resolution though on the vaccines for our educators. The Wall Street Journal in the end of February, it's important to state because it's now March 22nd. Very end of February, the Wall Street Journal reported that only 38,000 of our teachers had been vaccinated. We found that 75% of them wanted to be vaccinated. And so the bar to that happening was often that it was very difficult for them to get an appointment like the rest of us. So the union did make 2 places available for teachers to go, but one of them is pretty far out in Queens and the other is in Staten Island. And they're given 3 hours to go and get these vaccines. So we decided that it made sense to provide a way for teachers to walk to the front of the line. It's a priority. That's why we passed a resolution to get them pushed way up in line in the first place. And now 3 months have passed and we don't have but half of everybody that works for the DOE vaccinated. So this resolution asks that they receive vouchers so that they can walk into any site and walk to the front of the line and get a vaccine. Tammy, we didn't talk about this today, I realized, but do you want to do a friendly amendment based on the Walgreens and the drugstores becoming available to them as well?
I think that my friendly amendment would be to change the word vouchers or show school ID to be able to get to the line, because my thought process was they all have school ID. So it should be very easy for them. They should be able to go into Walgreens, Rite Aid. If you can go in and sign up immediately there for the wait list, you should be able to go in and immediately sign. They shouldn't have to wait for necessarily a voucher if their voucher is their school ID.
I did not know if all DOE employees had a school ID. I could not get that information because we have other people besides the educators. We have the part-time counselors who are also really important to have back in the building. So if it is the case that they all have this ID, I would totally accept that.
Then perhaps it's vouchers for those who do not have school IDs. But school IDs, it's just, I fear that by waiting for a voucher, you're adding another layer of complexity that the city is so good at not being able to handle.
That's fine with me, as long as we get it done.
I would second that as a friendly amendment, right? It's necessary. If it's not, that's fine too.
Can I ask a question? When you say getting them to the front of the line, I just imagine that there's somebody in a wheelchair and a walker in front of that person, and the optics are not awesome for someone who's been standing in a line. If it is in fact a physical line, or is it just a digital line? A virtual sign-up sheet.
I mean, the bottom line is that they have to get in and out of there in the middle of a school day. So I would imagine, I mean to be able to, at the Javits Center, it took me 2 hours. I had to weave all the way through the line, just like everybody else. The way the resolution was developed is with the intention that they walk in, they show their voucher or their school ID, and they're escorted up to the front and they sit there. Obviously, if there's, someone being vaccinated at that moment, someone who is disabled or in need of care, within reason, that the goal is to just get them vaccinated as quickly as possible.
I think also, Trish, part of the issue is just getting the appointment. So being able to walk in the door and be taken is huge. But I think with drugstores, my minimal experience with drugstores with my mother and that family members has been, they will take a waiting list. So you can put your name on a waiting list. They'll call you and tell you come in now. So the teachers can get on the waiting list at drugstores where they're working, assuming they're in person. So they can do it on a break or whatever else. But then also, in answer to the question of bumping somebody, people who go there most of the time have appointments or are called and told to come. So I don't think I think it's a question of waiting because it just is processing time. It takes time to get the vaccine ready and then you
It
gotta
wasn't-
wait 15 minutes.
It's not consistent, which is why I developed it the way I did. Like I was there 2.5 hours and I had a 10:45 p.m. appointment. And so I just want to make sure that we remove all barriers. They might not be necessary, but if they're there, they can use them. You know what I mean? I'm hoping they won't be necessary because Tammy called me today and they keep, you know, they add things every week to help facilitate removing barriers, right? But I just wanted to go on the record with this resolution to make sure to bring it to everyone's attention because it was very slow in happening.
I don't see any, I see Bruce Ehrman with his hand up. Bruce?
Yes, I just want to say I'm going to vote against this resolution because President Biden has said that by May, every United States resident who wants to be vaccinated will be vaccinated. That's 2 months. And I believe in herd immunity. The more people who can get vaccinated as soon as possible, the better. I hear everything that everyone is saying about other special needs, which are necessary. People who have special needs, people who are older, people who have underlying conditions. I think there's enough segmentation already, and that everyone who wants to get vaccinated should, and we're almost at the point where there's enough vaccines for that.
So
okay,
the one thing I would want to mention, can I mention this, Tammy?
Mm-hmm.
The CDC Bruce has just gone from 6 feet to 3 feet in their recommendations. Currently, we don't have enough teachers to meet that. And they're letting kids opt in for blended learning.
I'm sorry,
this week.
you cut out for a minute from 62 and then I lost you.
From
So
6 feet to 3 feet, Bruce.
I see.
They're trying to open schools as quickly as possible, but they're not
Yes, I know
allowing the
that.
teachers to get vaccinated as quickly as possible.
So we cannot, right now, we cannot staff around 3 feet because the teachers haven't been vaccinated. So May isn't good enough because these kids are opting in this week to blended learning that is going to look very different than it looked in September with our 8 kids in the classroom. So we have to make sure we have the staff to actually meet the curriculum needs as these kids opt back in if they move it to 3 feet.
Agree. Okay. With that, I see no other hands up.
Can I call the question?
And I second.
Okay.
Brittany, take it away.
Okay, great. Any abstentions?
Ehrman abstains.
Burton abstains.
Okay, I have Burton. Who was the other person that
Copel
abstains?
abstains. Copel
Copel?
abstains.
Okay.
Ehrman abstains. Ehrman abstains.
McHugh abstains.
Okay, I have McHugh. Anyone else for abstain?
Clementis abstains.
Clementis. Okay.
Lynn abstains.
Who was the last one?
Lynn.
Lynn. Okay. Got it. Any opposals? Or any opposed, sorry. It's not a word. And any recusals? Okay, thanks.
All right. Motion passes. Tricia, any updates?
I wish I had this update. I feel like we could be close, but I'm being told it could be another week with the Harbor School pool. We have been putting a lot of pressure on the Governor's Island Trust and the School Construction Authority. We're hoping that they divorce this from the ULURP proceedings so that we can get it done and it doesn't fall into the amenities category as we have had happen to us so many times. So right now I am still unfortunately waiting, but our hope is that we'll receive good news next week that they've approved building 515 for the long-awaited infrastructure that is the pool for Harbor School.
Awesome.
So,
Diana Amoruso abstains.
Can I ask us a quick question? What is it if it falls into the pool of, now I forgot.
I have a question, please.
Sorry, yeah.
Joe, you have a question on the pool at Harbor School?
Yeah, that's.
Yes.
Okay, what's up?
What's the chances of people who live in Community Board 1 use that pool at night?
there's a good chance of that, Joe, because this pool is going to be for the community when the school is not using it, much like Stuyvesant was. We use Stuyvesant as an example here.
Well, Stuyvesant had rules that lane swimming and this and that and the other thing. I just want to know if on someday I just want to go in there for a dip and things like that.
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that we have always talked about this pool in the context of serving the community when the school isn't using it. So I guess when that time comes, we can talk about programming. So if you want open time and not just lane swimming, which is what Stuyvesant generally had, although they had lessons. So, I would imagine we can talk about all kinds of programming
Great.
if and when it comes through. Yeah.
Great.
Awesome.
I'm counting on your good.
Okay.
Justine, did you want to finish your thought or are you okay?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask if it's considered an amenity, what happens with financing? That's all I was asking a question about.
Well, I mean, this is what happens to us when it gets involved in a ULURP and you start taking what should be school infrastructure as part of a deal. It can then get boiled down to, if you will all recall, 346 Broadway. Do you remember the building the city sold? They sold 49 Reed, our old building, along with that building. And it was Bloomberg said it would be a school if he ever sold another building in Lower Manhattan. And lo and behold, a developer got it and then promised us a huge amenity of a digital center. And it started like 2 stories, and then it was boiled down to a super awkward, tiny space. And we had a hard time even getting, providers interested in running it. So what happens is there was a discussion where someone actually said, and I don't want to even say who it is because it's just hearsay, but in these proceedings, there was actually the language to use that we will make a deal and promise a space to be decided for the Harbor School pool in the future. That we can't do anymore because that's what we ended up. That's when things get boiled down to nothing. They change, they contort, then the funding gets lost. Millennium Gym's another example. And we can't let that happen here. So I'm just being very strong about it. And I think people really do want to do the right thing. So I feel pretty positive right now, to be honest.
And
Same
with that,
thing
I
with
think
the 108 Leonard Street sale, which was the same time as 49 Chambers. We were promised in writing all
Bruce,
kinds of.
Bruce,
Sorry. Yes.
I'm going to cut
sorry.
you off because that's not the Youth and Ed topic that we're talking about. And we're going to end Youth and Ed on a high with Tricia saying, I'm very positive. Next committee. Francis?
Hi, good evening. Hi. Unfortunately, we're still in a pandemic, and I hope that everybody is acting accordingly. And the subcommittee we will be focusing on COVID and pandemic issues until it goes away. So keep your fingers crossed. Hopefully, it'll be soon. The test and trace subcommittee that I participate in did not have a meeting this month. So there's nothing to report. Madam Borough President basically gave my report as far as the Manhattan Vaccine Task Force, because I sat in on the 3 o'clock meeting and Tom you will be happy to know that there were many questions raised about the issues you were concerned with in terms of the follow-up with the health piece, in terms of the mental health centers. So hopefully at the next meeting, I'll have some feedback on that. Everybody should know, or well, Walgreens is one of the pharmacies that has been contracted to deliver vaccines. And if you receive your medication from Walgreens, I'm sure you will receive a phone call offering, well, not I'm sure, but I received a phone call from them asking me if I wanted to schedule my appointment. I don't know how that's working for other people. I don't know. I don't think Rite Aid and CVS are doing that, but Walgreens is one of the major sponsors that was contracted with the federal government, I believe, to give out the vaccines in this area. So that's that. In terms of the homebound issues, Lucian, if possible, could you please put that link up in the chat, and so people can check the link to see if they qualify for the eligibility. If you know people, please help them out and let them get the information about receiving the vaccine if they're homebound.
Sure thing, Francis.
Excuse me?
Sure thing.
Okay. The committee, we had a wonderful presentation this month from Dr. Renuka Gupta from Lower Manhattan Hospital on understanding COVID. It was a very good presentation. I am in the process of scheduling a follow-up presentation entitled Understanding Vaccines and the Variants. I'm looking to do that sometime in April. I was hoping to do it this month, but that's not going to happen. Other than that, I think that's about it for this month. And
Awesome.
we will also
Thank you, Francis.
Well, just one last thing in terms of this, the state of the city's response, we'll be having that on a monthly basis as well at the meeting. So you can either watch me on YouTube or come to the meeting. It would be nice if you come to the meeting.
Come to the meeting.
Thank you.
Joe,
Yeah.
is your hand up for this, or is your hand still up from the pool? I'm going to make an assumption Joe's hand is up because he wants to go swimming and be healthy. All right, next slide. Quality of life. Hi, Pat.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. So I'm going to turn this first resolution over to Mariama and Justine. They brought it to the committee and we had it last month. They wanted to rework the reso, and thanks to Jeff Galloway, who helped them to rewrite it. Justine and Mariama, take it away.
Thanks so much, Mariama. I'll start. Is that okay? Yeah, because it sounds like you're not sounding. All right. So this is the COVID relief for residential and condominiums and co-ops. And what we're looking to do with this resolution is to kind of even the playing field.
Justine, hang on a quick sec.
Yeah.
Office, do you mind moving Mariama over? I see she's in the attendee list. There she goes. Okay, found her. Sorry.
Mariama. Are you okay if I start talking? I'm sorry. I thought you like crackled and that was you.
I am okay if you start talking. Go ahead. But yes, I was unable to unmute.
I'm so sorry. I apologize for that. Okay, so co-ops and condos. So basically, we're trying to even the playing field because with the CARES Act, they've been given relief. People who own homes have been given relief in terms of mortgage relief. We've had tenants having relief in terms of rent relief. Okay, what has been a gap in the coverage is a recognition that co-ops and condos have additional fees beyond mortgages. Sorry, pesky dog. Beyond mortgages, one of which, or some of which, include their monthly common charges, minus taxes that they have to pay cooperatively into the building to keep the building running. That deficiency, so for if you're in a co-op or a condo and people in your building cannot pay those fees, your income as a condo goes down. So your operating budget goes down. The consequence of that is that on the books, which what Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac look at in terms of giving their seal of approval to mortgages, not for people who own the building, but for the people who are looking to buy into the building. They say, no, we're not going to give those loans, which then makes it relatively impossible for the seller, the condo owner, to sell their apartment to a buyer unless the buyer has cash. Why do you care? We care because the people, the buyers, the sellers who are in these co-ops and condos who can't make their common charges, one way in which they could make ends meet is to get the hell out. If they can't sell their apartment, they can't get the hell out. They can't get the buyer to come in, and the whole thing becomes a spiral because more and more condos and co-ops are not eligible for the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac relief, and it becomes a big problem. Does that make sense? First, and does it make sense as an issue? That was something that Jeff helped point out to us as to what we were missing when we were explaining it before, explaining what the hell we were asking for. Because the point of this reso is that we're saying even the playing field, not give the buyers a break, but give the sellers a break by allowing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to give mortgages to co-ops and condos that are otherwise financially sound, but because of accounting nonsense, accounting rules, their operating budget is below the level that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac likes. But we're saying they all have to have a, what's the word, not operating and capital budget. They have to have a capital budget that's solvent. So we don't want to be giving this relief to condos and co-ops that are insolvent or in trouble. We want to give it to co-ops and condos that are fine financially, but just are having a cash flow problem. And
are you ready to call
the way to
question?
remedy that cash flow? Oh yeah, no one's asking questions. I'm ready. If everybody's ready to go, I'm ready. People understand what I'm saying?
In an ideal world, everybody's read the resolution, so it should be good.
I have
In an
one
ideal world,
question.
we actually gave it to them early, so hopefully they did. And Jeff really did a great job of explaining it and putting it out there so it made sense. So yeah, I'm calling the question.
It
If
passed
nobody has any questions.
unanimously in committee, but I think I just heard somebody say they had a question.
I have one question. Yeah, thank you. Is when you say solvent or insolvent, I live in Southbridge and we had a huge capital call recently because one is, and I can't speak to how well or badly the co-op has been run and the fact that we went private and what stresses are there. But certainly the lack of sales, and so we are one of the co-ops that got disqualified apparently, and sales.
That's what we're trying to address.
Got it. So can you help me to understand what a solvent versus an insolvent and a well-run versus a poorly run?
Well, specific to Southbridge, when we say that Southbridge is solvent, that is because Southbridge's reserve funds are flourishing. Southbridge has the money. Southbridge's problem in this regard as a co-op was resolved by accounting measures as soon as it was put on the books that we were charged an assessment. Okay, that's what the banks or Freddie Mae, the agencies through whom the banks are working, it was Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae that were appointed when the CARES Act passed to manage this. So that's what they're looking for is, in our regard, as far as the warrantability test, was that the bank account was flourishing, our reserve fund, which it is, but also that our revenues were greater than our operating expenses, and that is where we failed. So as soon as we were able to charge an assessment, that automatically, with the anticipated revenue, shows that our revenue will be more than our operating expenses and fixes the problem. It's really just like a shell game in terms of accounting. But as far as the cooperators, because that's the co-op, as far as the cooperators, if they're unable to pay this assessment, and other co-op owners and condo owners around New York State, because that's the way we wrote the resolution for the entire state, not just for us, are unable, for all of these different reasons that a co-op or condo can fail the warrantability test, we want the individual owners to be able to qualify for whatever they can qualify. We want the individual owners to be able to sell their apartments if it's bad, and they won't be able to without this measure.
Does that make sense? We're not asking for anything to last beyond the pandemic. And we're asking for no subsidy. None of this is talking about money out of any of the money of the CARES Act or any place else. It's not money. It's a accounting change. So Southbridge solved it by charging an assessment. They didn't have to prove they collected the assessment, because the assumption is once they charge the assessment, the people who can't pay the assessment will have to sell their apartments, and then the people who buy their apartments will be vetted by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to be able to pay everything.
Justine and Mariama.
Yes.
You are running out of time on the reso. Because remember, we're trying to do it on a more business, so we're not going to rehash everything that we did in the committee. So I think Tom's question's been answered. Let's take
call the
Mike.
question. Let's move on.
No, Justine. Relax. You have two more hands up.
I didn't see that.
Let's be succinct, right? Because
Okay.
you've got two other resolutions and a report.
Got it. Okay.
Michael Francoeur, Susan Cole, go.
Cool. Sorry, guys, and I apologize in advance because this is not my forte. I don't know much about this. What is an assessment, or what is that?
None of it is relevant to the
assessment is just it's literally just a random charge that was assessed in order to fix the books, make an accounting correction. That's it.
When you own
But
a
it's money.
they
But
make
it's money.
these charges,
So
but it has nothing to do with the resolution. It's specific to Southbridge, but it's not part of the resolution. We were answering the
Justine?
question that was asked.
Asked and answered. Let's get a little.
So,
Michael, you good?
Susan?
I'm just very confused. So
Okay.
I just want in 2 sentences to explain to me what I'm voting for. I'm not sure.
Okay, in 2 sentences, the CARES Act leaves out condos and co-ops. Justine and I are coming to the board seeking to have them included in the coverage of the CARES Act.
Are you
which is
asking for affordable co-ops or all kinds of co-ops?
all co-ops and
All.
condos? We want
no such
a
thing as an
relaxation of the stringent rules that apply under normal circumstances so that people can go about the business of buying and selling co-ops and condos.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do I see any other hands up? With no other
Taylor.
hands up, Taylor
Yeah,
cannot
Taylor.
speak. Taylor
Yeah.
cannot speak during the business session. She is not a
I
full
also
board
think
member.
her hand has been up from a long time ago.
Yes. So,
Okay,
with
then that's it. That's all I
the
see.
that's all right. With not seeing any hands, I call the question. Is there a second?
Am I allowed to second it?
Second, Bruce, second.
Thank you.
Perfect. Brittany, take it away. I think Brittany fell asleep. Brittany, you there?
Hi, I can start the count.
Thanks, Lucian.
Amoruso, sorry, all abstaining.
Zelter abstain.
Zelter abstain.
Cole abstains.
Cole abstains.
McHugh abstains.
Hugh abstains.
Amoruso abstain.
Maruso
Copel,
abstains.
Copel abstains.
Popel abstains.
Brown Kennedy
Clement-
abstains.
Brown Kennedy abstains.
Clementis abstains.
Clementis abstains.
Lewiston abstains.
Judges. Second. Lewinson abstains.
Cannell abstains.
Cannell abstains.
Emery abstains.
Repeat that one more time.
Lamery
Lamery.
abstains.
Thank you. Lamery abstains.
Schneck abstains.
Schneck abstains.
And just so you know, Wade is here. She's just in the attendee section. She has to be moved over.
Thank you. Okay. Any opposed? Hearing none. Anyone recused? Okay. Well, sounds like the measure passes.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucian. So now we're going to go, we have a resolution on hate crimes and bias attacks against the Asian community.
Okay, so
I don't, take it away. Yep.
We all of us are aware that the bias attacks against our Asian brothers and sisters have increased, multiple. And so we ask that the New York Anti-Asian Hate Crimes and Bias Attacks Task Force representative come into the meeting. We were lucky to get Captain Jackson Chang to come in, and we were not aware until he spoke to us that the task force is made up of officers who are all volunteers. So I hope you've all had a chance to read the reso. They're all volunteers. They have to do their work, their regular work, as well as the work of the task force. And so we are asking the mayor to please fund a permanent task force that will also include some mental health professionals to man the task force, so that these officers will either become permanent members of, and that will be their only job, or other members will become permanent members of the task force. Any questions? All right.
Maruso has his hand up.
Mark?
Yes, the first whereas serves no purpose. The resolution is fine except for that. That serves no purpose. Also, some statistics have come out now that have shown that a lot of the perpetrators of these horrible crimes are non-white. So I just think this adds fuel to a fire that's not necessary. It's not factual. I think it was just remove that. Everything else is great about it. There's no purpose for that.
I don't see the reso on the screen here. What is the first?
Wasn't the first one?
Hold on. Diana's putting it up. Relax. Just wait a second.
Just the first whereas. Otherwise, it's perfectly fine.
Scroll up.
We refer to COVID-19 as China flu, Kung flu, and multiple other derogatory names.
No, I totally is that the one you're talking about, Mark?
That is a statement of fact. It's a statement of fact.
It might make you feel good. It might make you all feel good, but it serves no purpose here. And
Absolutely serves a purpose. Absolutely serves a purpose.
Can I speak, please? If
Yeah,
you
go
want
ahead.
to talk about who the perpetrators are, may I please finish my statement?
Mark, yes, wait. Bruce, there is no arguing. Mark Amoruso has the floor. You must be recognized to take the floor. Please do not make me auto-mute you. We have decorum. Going back, Mark, and then Mitch,
Right.
Mariama, and then Bruce.
So if we want to talk about implying who is committing these crimes, then say who's committing these crimes. Just don't make an assumption and broad fact of a group of people, because those aren't the facts. But there are statistics from police departments of the majority of ethnicities that are committing these horrible crimes. So if you're going to go down this slippery slope, put the whole shooting match in there, or just remove this, because it serves no purpose. It might make you feel good and happy, whatever, but it serves no purpose in this case.
Okay, well, you're proposing a friendly amendment, and I don't accept it. So.
Okay, moving on. Mark, take your hand down. Mitch Froman, you're next.
Okay, actually, the very first whereas is whichever way you feel is just a matter of fact. Whether you like him or not, this is President Trump did say these things, and it's not referring to white or black. It could be a black person that beat up an Asian person. It could be a white person that beat up an Asian person. That has nothing to do with what Pat inferred in that. She is just saying that what President Trump said helped fuel some of the fire towards the anti-Asian bias,
right?
Irrespective of color.
Exactly.
So I feel that it doesn't make me feel. Actually, the fact that he said it makes me feel. I feel terrible that this has been happening in our country. But to me, that first sentence, that first paragraph says nothing about who perpetrated the violence. Whether it was a black guy on the subway that punched an Asian lady on the train. This is just about the tenure of what President Trump said, which is a fact.
Exactly. Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch. Mariama, you're next after Mariama, Michael Francoeur, Tom, and I see that Bruce, you took your hand down. If you want it up, put it back up, please.
Yeah, I don't really need to speak either. I just wanted to correct Mark in that that first whereas is a statement of fact. He said that it was unfactual, and that is wrong. So to correct the record, all these things were said by former President Trump.
The last few words are fact.
Mark, you are not recognized yet, and I am not going to tolerate cross-reference, all right? We can come back to you. You can speak at the end. Michael Francoeur, you're next.
Great, thanks. And thanks to Quality of Life for tackling this issue so quickly. I'm really glad to see us handling it. My only concern is if this is construed as us asking for additional funding for NYPD, and we know like NYPD has had issues policing, especially in minority communities. I'm sure that came up in your Quality of Life meeting. How did you guys feel about that, or how was that addressed?
We actually didn't discuss additional funding. We just want, wherever they want to take the funding from, they can take it from funding they already have. We just want it to be a permanent task force and to be fully funded. If you're suggesting that we put in a whereas that the money come from within the police force budget already, we can do that. I'll accept that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I would definitely be down for that, but I don't want to impose too much because you guys have done the deliberation on this, and I'm just typing in at the end.
Michael Francoeur, if it's a friendly amendment that Pat has suggested, I need definitive wording to read into the record. What is your definitive wording?
I liked Pat's off the top of her head. What was it? Ask that funding come from within the NYPD
voice budget, existing budget, and not be taken from somewhere else. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I love that. That sounds
Can
great.
all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Francoeur. Take your
Maybe
hand
we
down.
should ensure that it's not taken from another race
Ooh, good point.
or oppressed people's based task force. So we don't want them taking the money from LGBTQ to give to that or whatever. You know what I mean?
Well,
No,
yes.
I do. I wonder if I've opened a Pandora's box.
So I think it's fine to say that it's be taken from within the existing.
I think that
police.
makes sense within.
Yeah.
If it does come from someplace else that gets unfunded or whatever, then we can address that. But
Can I ask why we're not asking actually for funds to go to this versus taking them from within?
because we want to take.
Well, no.
Oh,
Just
go ahead. Ask the question. I'm sorry.
We had not really specified where the money came from. Michael just brought up that he didn't want money to come from. I mean, we all know that the whole country is having economic issues. So if that's what you were suggesting, Michael, that because of economic issues, that you want the money to come from within the existing police budget, I'm not opposed to that. If you feel that that is not strong enough, Tammy, then that's fine. We can just not.
I just would suggest that we not prescribe. I hear where Michael's going, but I would suggest that we not prescribe where the money is coming from, because if the city is given extra money or allocated money for any reason in any stimulus package for anything that addresses any type of racism like this, they should, we just want them to be funded. We don't care where it comes from, unless it comes from defunding somebody other oppressed. So to walk the line between where Michael and Mariama is, I would suggest, and again, this is just trying to loop everybody together on this, is that you ask for it to be funded, but not at the expense of other funding initiatives for anti-racism.
So then
we
make
just
that the amendment.
Can I give an opinion, Pat?
Yeah,
As a-
that's an opinion too, so.
I'm sorry.
Justine, you cannot jump in. You have to be recognized. This is still Mitch's part on the floor where we're tying and closing the loop on it. Okay, between Mitch and Michael. I'll come to you.
Not because I don't want to seem like I'm buttering up to you, but I was actually going to say before, while Michael's heart is in the right place, what I would be afraid of if we say that we want it to come from within the police department decides that for whatever reason that they can't fund it or don't want to fund it, then okay, then it's just dropped. Where the main thing is, let's not cut off our nose to spite our face that we just want it to be funded. So I would leave it without any specifics.
That's fine. I really, seriously, I just want it funded and taken care of. So if that's
Perfect.
fine.
I put
Let's
my
go.
hand up.
But Mariama, you've got to wait because you've gone. So Tom, Mimi, then we can come back to those who have already spoken. Tom, you're first.
Thank you. I think I recognize Mark Amorusso's concern. And I don't share the belief that it's wrong or that we should take issue with that. I think that it does. I'd say the word demagoguery is something we should maybe add in as a description of the basic, MO of. And I would like to not just highlight Trump. One is he's a lightning rod, even though he did do it. I'd say that I would prefer if there's any way to to do that is to just broaden that and say that dangerous demagoguery and hate speech, and leave it there. And we can cite Trump as an example, but he's certainly not the cause. He's just an opportunist, snake oil salesman who was a Democrat, 2 weeks before he realized that that's a good gig for him. So I just would try to emphasize the real underlying issue.
I disagree with you. So, I mean, I disagree with you. If other people want to speak to that point, they can. But I think that he fanned the flames. And so that's how I feel. If other people want to
agree.
speak,
I agree. I agree that he fanned the flames. I agree that he opportunistically seized on some of the worst,
give
parts
us
of humanity.
What language?
Can I make a suggestion that addresses what Tom is saying, Mark is saying, and what you are saying?
Yes.
Instead of the word after the word pandemic, in order to, why would you accept to the pandemic, which resulted in rising anger and mobilizing supporters? Because you're talking about the result.
Okay.
Same thing, no problem.
That's fine.
Does that fit the tone and tenor of what happened in committee? Because that's really what we're talking about.
That's fine.
Okay.
I would argue that what I was saying had nothing to do with his supporters, but that has raised the animus and hatred and fear and fear-based insanity
So
that we
you're
are
saying you want to take out
treated to.
supporters and just say that raise the tone in the country? Is that what you're saying? You want to take out the word supporters?
I would add the word demagoguery. I would add the word demagoguery and take out mobilized. I don't think it's his supporters as much as there's people who could be totally don't share in politics at all, but they're hateful, and they heard some of this language and hate speech.
All right, so
and
hold
they're
on a
like,
second. Tammy, what was your wording?
Which resulted in rising anger amongst many Americans. We could leave it because the supporters are not everybody was a supporter who became an angry. Yeah.
Well,
And
mobilize
Mark, I just
some of his supporters.
But
why
why
have
we
supporters in
we
the
don't.
law?
But we don't care.
Stop.
Listen, Mitch, it doesn't
Taking
make a
out the
difference if they supported him or not. What makes the difference is they're just
right, as
Americans.
it rose the tenor of anger.
I'm okay with that.
in the
I'll go along with that. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would add just the word demagoguery in there somewhere, because that's really
And my
worse.
hand is back up.
I see you, Bruce. All right, Tom, you lost on the demagoguery. You got it on the other side. Mimi, Bruce. Mimi,
I think
Mimi
Tom's
has
word
not
is,
spoken.
the use of the word demagoguery is a good one. I think that's absolutely what happened.
It's the definition of what we're talking about.
How about
Absolutely.
President Trump's demagoguery repeatedly referred to?
Okay,
as-
hold on. Mitch, you're out. Tom, the remaining thing
thank
is
you.
demagoguery.
And I would
And
say,
so Pat
yes.
needs to rule on that because we fixed the other parts.
I just don't think it's necessary. I think that once we say that it rose to the, it continued to.
Asked and answered. Let's move forward. Mimi.
I had one last point, which I don't know was addressed. If you could answer that, Pat, which was that the not just Trump, but Trump and I would say other demagogues, but
other national leaders. How's that? Other leaders. We'll just leave it. Other
Thank
public figures.
Yes.
Elected officials. That's what you.
All of the
But
above.
it's
However you want
public-
to do that one.
Public
Right,
officials.
And talking heads and
Barricades not elected.
And then
Mimi.
To be careful about watering it down. I'm going to wait my turn, but as the co-chair of this committee, I think I have to say that we have to be careful about watering the resolution down and taking away from what actually happened. It's a matter of history and historic record.
Not taking
That
away
people
the
were
part-
emboldened, not just because, somebody on Fox or whatever, or here or there said something, but because the president of the United States made it seem that it was
Mariama.
okay to use this language.
Mariama agreed about the man himself, but there were others who said the same words, whether
But
they
other
were
people
governor-
can't embolden people to act criminally like the president can. That's the difference.
We're not
just
I disagree with you. I disagree with you because anybody with a national platform, whether they were a religious leader, a governor, a head of a large major corporation, can all motivate. Hi, Daddy. Tom, put yourself on mute, please. So the question really starts. The question back to Pat is whether she wants to. You've got President Trump and add other national and other leaders in with the national platform.
No,
or
we're not
something like that.
taking out President Trump.
Not taking him out. It's adding others.
Right.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying. I feel like if we keep on, it's going to get watered down. And there is.
No, we're not keeping on. This is it. I think other
national leaders weren't brought up for impeachment. The president was he, with his power, more so than anybody else's, as the quote unquote leader of the free world, people to use criminal language to commit crimes.
Mariama. Okay. Mimi has not spoken at all on this topic. Mimi.
Hey, Asian American here. I would like to say that there has historically been anti-Asian violence, and it has absolutely gotten worse. And I would be so happy for the New York City Police Department to have a clear focus on it. That's not just like a side hobby if they have time. They need dedicated time and resources to look into these. Thanks.
And also, Mimi, let's not just say it's a side hobby because these officers are dedicated to,
I know they're dedicated.
Time.
They're dedicated, but they do have a full-time job, and then they need to dedicate themselves to this extra work.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And so we need it permanently funded.
Right, because otherwise I hear where Mimi's going. Because if it's not in the mainstream, it's always off the exit.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Because this
So-
isn't, it's not like a new issue. It's just,
Yeah, but you're not proposing that we change anything, right?
no, I just wanted to express my support. So, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. All right. So Mariama, Bruce, and Justine, I'm going to say this once. The three of you have all spoken. If you have something brand new to add, or you're going to call the question, that's great.
No, before they call the
Wait,
question.
no, I'm sorry. Jeff Galloway has not said one word on this, and he is up. So we have to go through anybody who has not spoken before those who have already spoken. Jeff, you're next.
Thank you. I'll start out by saying I will vote for this resolution whether or not the first whereas is in, but I think as we have these kinds of discussions, we should keep in mind what we're trying to accomplish by the resolution, which is the permanent establishment and funding of this task force. And as demonstrated by the fact that we've spent 15 minutes or more arguing about this resolution because it mentioned Trump, it suggests to me that the inclusion of Trump probably lessens its actual practical impact, because if we want the police department to read this and act on it, we can expect them to argue amongst themselves 15 minutes or multiple days over whether or not acting on this will insult a person that many of them voted for. So I believe it's factual, I believe it's accurate, and I'll vote for it with it in it. But I actually think the resolution would be much stronger in terms of accomplishing our objective if that whereas were not there. That's all.
Jeff, I respect you, and I
Totally.
you know, understand what you're saying, but I'm gonna stand firm on this one.
I'm not asking you to take it out. I'm just expressing a view.
Right.
Okay. Jeff, I appreciate that. I kind of agree with you because this has become a political football, quote unquote, and that's not where we should be. And that's not actually out of the purview of the community board very specifically. So again, I see no other new hands up. We've spent 35 minutes on this committee, which I love dearly, and it's important. But Mariama, Bruce, and Justine, if you do not have anything new to add to this, take your hand down.
Okay, so
I
just
want
give
to
me.
know if the
give-
first whereas is being modified.
Yeah, that's what I want to know again. So how are we modify? We're just adding an other
It
elected.
says, Diana, can you type in, or is it? If you can type in, it would be.
This is a PDF, Tammy, sorry.
Okay.
Well,
So
we're at-
it would read, President Trump and others with a national platform repeatedly referred to COVID-19 as China flu, Kung flu, and multiple other derogatory names that linked Asian Americans to the pandemic, resulting in rising anger and mobilizing supporters.
Resulting in
It would be
rising.
supporters of hate. I mean, it's really what supporters of racism or something like that.
If I may speak, I would object and I will vote against this resolution if that language is in there. I think it waters it down and takes out the whole point. I disagree with
Throwing
that.
out the baby with the bathwater.
I am doing that, Tammy, because I think that
That's
it's
me
time to
too.
make a stand about what is important here. And at the end of the day,
All right,
hate
so-
speech is wrong. It is not protected by the First
but
Amendment,
it's
and
not
it is within our purview to discuss it. So I will, if you change
Okay.
it, even as stated, I'm voting against it.
Okay, well, I think that we can change it. I think that there were other national figures that contributed to the hate speech. And I think
All
that.
right, that part's okay. That part's okay.
But that's what we're saying. that's what's being added, that President Trump.
The change to the end is what I'm objecting to. But yes, of course, other national figures. Yes, I agree with that.
Hold on, everybody. Let me just.
Okay, Justine is done. Justine, take your hand down. Tom, take your hand down. Bruce, are you done or are you in? Bruce put himself back on mute, so I think he's done. Mark, coming back last to you. And it doesn't make a difference how you're going to vote. I don't need to know how you vote. We're going to take a vote.
No, hold on.
I thought we were taking out his supporters. I thought that was coming out.
No.
Supporters are leaving. The word his, is coming out. Mobilizing supporters.
It's just
Period.
support. Not supporter, it's support.
Tammy, you were going through the text and I was noting it in the minutes. Can you do that again? You almost got
Too
through it,
fast? Okay.
but
Vicky,
yeah.
all right. President Trump and other leaders with a national platform repeatedly referred to COVID-19 as China flu, Kung flu, and multiple other derogatory names that linked Asian Americans to the pandemic, resulting in rising anger and mobilizing supporters.
Yeah, it's still not right.
That's your call, Mark. No problem. Vicky, you have something to add? Or
I would just say that while I completely understand what is being delivered here, and I agree with it, if we use Trump's name, it immediately discredits 50% of what we're saying just by using his name. It is implied, we all know he did it, but as soon as we use his name, it takes us to another realm of him against others, whereas the idea is to get a very important message out. I mean, I would say his name, no problem. I would scream it on top of a building, but it's not going to, it's going, I know, but it's going to diminish our message.
Thank you, Vicky. I would like to go to everyone look at the therefore be it resolved, because that is what we are voting on.
Exactly.
Diana, can you pull that up?
Can we say emboldened domestic terrorists? You can take out his supporters.
No, I think that's extremely inflammatory. Yeah. No.
Okay, so this is the be it, therefore be it
I'm saying you
resolved.
take out his supporters. Take out all. Don't put it to him. But these are domestic terrorists. Do we learn nothing from January 6th?
Can we
I have to sign
please
off.
continue where we're going? We've got the Trump stuff at the top. We've added national leaders at the top in the whereas. What we are voting on is the bottom.
Go to the bottom.
Which is de Blasio to fully fund a permanent task force to manage complaints of violence against Asian Americans.
I can't see the bottom.
It's there. We're getting there. I'm reading it. And further be it resolved, the district attorney's office implored to work with the task force to continue best practices that will maximize successful arrests, prosecutions, and victim satisfaction. And
there you go.
Mental health and social service support be identified and introduced to all victims of violence so that their trauma from the violence as well as legal processes are minimized and dealt with as needed in a culturally sensitive way. The only thing that was changed down here is when we talked about funding pursuant to Mariama's amendment to that is that the funding is not taken away from any other anti-racism, anti-prejudice task force.
Mm-hmm.
That is everything.
May I call the question?
God, thank you.
Second.
Susan, thank you. Okay.
Okay. Any opposed? Any?
I still don't know what the first paragraph says, so I don't know how to vote.
We just added and other national figures or other national.
Just that, I am not opposed. I'm for it.
Amoruso opposed.
Okay. Amoruso opposed. Any other oppositions? Any recusals? Any abstentions? Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay,
Now.
we spent a lot of time, so I'm just gonna say that we had a discussion in the state of the city. Mayor de Blasio has made some proposals. He wants to have a new charter revision commission to discuss several issues, some of which are reviewing and updating the CCRB, and also the possibility of giving the community the opportunity to decide who will be the captain or the head of their individual precincts. We just started a conversation about it. We're asking questions. We will be circling back around to it again. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then before we're going to move to the next committee, what I would like to remind everybody is that one of the things that the community board is not allowed to do is to be political. So we're not allowed to have politics back and forth. We can talk about elections in terms of how they're run and process and things like that. But we want to avoid the politicizing where we're going. We want to make real change. We want to get things done. We need to work together to do that. And with that note, Betty Kay. Dr. Betty Kay.
Oh, sorry. This was a relatively quick meeting. And so if you want to go to the next one. Next slide. Anybody there? Thank you. In regards to the City Administrative Policy Act, this is something we're just moving forward with. The DOT did publish their fiscal year 2021 regulatory agenda. So we do know what rules they're changing. Many did not do that. So a lot of offices and departments did not, but DOT did. But we need to continue our effort so we can find out about the public comment period for the DOT. There were a number of things of great interest to us. And I want to thank Tammy for moving this forward at the borough board level. So hope to hear more in the future. As far as street use priorities, this has appeared multiple months in a row. So I wanted to alert people that Michael did a great job. We wanted to better organize the Transportation Committee, which was the purpose of doing this. And this month he was able to present a checklist based on the issues that the participants felt should be considered at committee meetings when we're making decisions, such as the benefits, the number of people who'd benefit, the environmental or safety issues, etc. And we wanted to thank the licensing committee because we really used theirs as a model, where they have kind of a rote list checklist of things that they go through as a means of communicating to make sure they check through everything they want to before making a decision. So hopefully next month you'll hear us get to use the checklist for the first time. And next. And we just move forward with congestion pricing. And I merely want to, this is going to take a while. I want to thank so many people for speaking up and participating. That's a great start. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Betty.
Here, Betty, bravo, bravo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next committee.
That's the way it should be. Thank you.
Yeah. Next committee. And if you have anything to say about congestion pricing, show up to the meeting. There's a lot of really good work being done in committee there. Okay, land use zoning, Mr. Cannell.
Betty, thanks for throwing down the gauntlet. All right, we had for land use anyway, a relatively short meeting this month. No resolutions, realizing that 250 Water Street is still upon us. I'll be really quick. The two items we talked about are state legislation and city legislation around generally planning at a broad level. The state legislation involves conversion of commercial properties within Manhattan to residential use. It's something the Quality of Life Committee tackled in February. We looked at their resolution, felt that was a good stake in the ground based on where we are right now. That legislation is being discussed between the governor and the legislature right now as part of the budget negotiation, so we'll know more about that pretty soon. With regard to the second item, planning together, this was a continuation of a discussion that we had before. Tammy wrote an excellent and succinct chairperson's letter that put our stake in the ground for that piece of legislation as well. There was a preliminary hearing in committee at the City Council in late February. We heard a little bit about that, and there's more to come on that. So thanks.
And pursuant to that, in my chair report, I mentioned more to come on that. We are looking to get speakers lined up to present to CB1 different opinions. Please make sure you attend. Bruce, take it away. And thank you, Patrick. Awesome short.
I will try to be short on one controversial matter, and I will do all of this calmly. So I think 401 Greenwich Street and even 173-69 John Street are relatively non-controversial, and we are taking them separate from 250 Water Street. 401 Greenwich Street is basically a minor reskinning of an otherwise very nice building. The original building, which has higher quality materials and a more deft architecture, is on the left. The proposed reskinning The Dower reskinning is on the right, but this is a new build, relatively new building within the Tribeca West Historic District, or rather Tribeca North Historic District. And it's hard to, we're not architects. There's nothing that is oppositional to landmarks law on their proposal, so we are reluctantly approving it. That's 401 Greenwich Street. I'll take questions after if you wish. We can go to the South Street Seaport Museum extension. Next resolution. Can we change to South Street, please? No, keep going. We're talking about John Street. Sorry to make you do this. Thank you. So the HHC, Howard Hughes Corporation, is making a minor change to the proposed South Street Seaport Museum extension, which, as you know, is not funded yet. And the change is primarily the bulkhead that you see at the top. The LPC wished for the design to be changed slightly, and we approved it last time, and this is a minor change, so we voted to approve this slight design change. Any questions on these two resolutions? I see none. Tammy, I guess you see none, right?
Interestingly, I see no hands up.
Good, good. I'm following the prior precedents. 250 Water Street.
Wait, Bruce.
Yes.
Do
Oh,
you
you have a
feel
hand up?
do you feel you'd like to take those two
Yes,
together and take a vote on those two and save this one
Indeed.
for a separate vote? Okay, thank you.
yes, thank you. So,
Brittany, we're going to take the other two for a vote together.
Okay.
And this will take separate. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Any opposed? Any abstain? Any recusals?
This is Laura. I'm recusing from the Seaport Museum.
This is Tom Burton.
We're not there yet.
Oh,
We are, Brittany. That's
are.
the
Wait, I
South
thought that was
Street one.
250 Water.
No,
It's
the Seaport Museum,
is
the building, the museum itself.
correct. Is the John Street property. So
Okay, sorry.
yeah, take
Laura is-
250 Water off the screen, please.
yes, go back one slide, Diana, please. So
I'm recusing from
173 that's
that
the
one.
one you're recusing, Laura, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Burton,
And Burton is recusing.
yes, Burton is recusing.
Thank you. Off of John Street.
I have those too.
Yes. Off of the museum, John Street.
Okay. Any others for John or Greenwich Street? Okay, thanks.
So, is that it? Shall we move on?
Yes.
Okay, now we can go to the 250 John Street issues. This is the most important shot. There's a lot of attendant issues that really haven't changed from our prior vote and our prior resolution. We have to be targeted. As you can see, the proposal that we rejected last time and that LPC sent back to the developers was on the left. A 470-foot high, 757 square foot building. On the right is the new proposal. The massing has changed. There are no longer two towers. There's one humongous tower that's 345 feet tall, and it's more than 500,000 square feet, which isn't 750,000 square feet, but as many hundreds of thousands of square feet beyond what would be natural square footage for a 120-foot tall building, which is what zoning is as of right. So we have a big problem here. We can go through the slides quickly. I don't have to even narrate them, but the committee can see what we're talking about. That's really, as you can see, it's 27 stories, which is 3 stories less than than all the other proposals. In the highest proposal in the past, other than last application, was only 3 stories higher than this proposal, and it was rejected by the LPC in the past by other developers. They have pushed the massing back against Pearl Street instead of hulking over the whole block, but it's still the same 500,000 square feet and 27 stories. This is the updated street wall for the podium. If you leave that up for a minute, we've noted in the resolution that this is much more contextual with the South Street Seaport, the indigenous buildings across the street. However, you should also note that the podium, the part in brown, the street wall, that is actually the total allowed square footage as of right. So as you can see, that would make a very fine building designed just that way. It's contextual. It responds to the community's issues. Everything behind it is not as of right, would be, in other words, illegal if it were built today. And that's the core issue. So we've noted that the podium, the lower part, the base is more contextual. All the other issues that are attendant to this are addressed in the resolution as they were last time. We're not considering the South Street Seaport funding, nor is the Landmarks Preservation Commission. The chair of the commission said last time, while it is a worthy call, it's not in the purview of the LPC to discuss. The LPC's purview is contextuality and appropriateness. And we're saying that a building other than 120 feet tall is not appropriate. It doesn't meet the law, and it doesn't meet landmark criteria. And that's the bottom line. I would add that to the woman who testified and said her 8-year-old is asking why this is even before us when it's against the law. It's a very good question. It has something to do with power and money, I guess, because we couldn't get away with it. That's beside the point. I'm done.
Commentary aside.
Any questions?
I see Tom Burton's hand up. I don't know if it's still up. Any other questions? Hi, Tom. Do you have your hand
Hi.
up?
Yes, I did. I put my hand up for this. I had wanted to have my minute as a public, in the public section, but I didn't get recognized. So there was I wasn't admitted because my name doesn't show up properly. So anyway, if it's okay,
we can help
I'd like
you
to
figure out that tech. Talk to Lucian about how to get that fixed.
Okay, I will.
There you go.
We'll do it before the next meeting. But I'd like to say, very quickly that I disagree. I won't be voting, of course, or I have no, because I have to recuse because I have business and I have interest related. So, but that I would really urge the board to consider that context matters, that a business such as mine and the fabric of this community is dependent on and is because of, in so many ways, the museum. And the museum is in an existential moment. I would not disregard what the board members are saying, and the fact that Save Our Seaport is now Save Our Seaport, not Save Our Seaport Museum, is something to really behold. And I think that this speaks to an unfortunate ability, and you I think sort of could summarized it as it relates to Asian communities. But I think that in many ways, the ability to disconnect certain elements from, in a review of something is serves certain purposes, and that this will very, very probably, unless some amazing miracle happens, result in the demise of the museum as we understand it and know it, and its promise and its relationship, and the culture of mariners in Lower Manhattan will basically die with it. And my business, which has benefited for many, many years from the relationship with a culture of mariners and skilled mariners in Lower Manhattan, will be affected and will be impacted, and that this community, the history of this community, without the historic landmarks, without the actual living history, and without the context of the museum, then becomes a monument that has very little bearing. And yes, it looks nice. We're preserving the look nice part of it. And I agree that I wish that there weren't a tower. I wish there wouldn't have to be a tower. But I believe that there is no viable solution that we are going to be able to find in the next little bit, or in the next 3 years or 5 years, with any real willpower and will to save this museum. And so we are at this moment. And I know I'm repeating myself now. I just have one last point, which is, okay, can I make my one last point?
Mm-hmm.
I urge you to think about this and the sacrifice of this envelope, of this density in context, and that not to remove it, and think of this as relevant to the consideration of its quote landmark status.
Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Patrick Cannell, then Jeff Galloway, then Bob Schneck. And again, let's try not to repeat ourselves and go straight forward. It is 9 p.m.
Thanks, Tammy. Quick question to Bruce on the resolution. The whereas that begins at the bottom of the 3rd page and continues onto the 4th page talks about development rights. And there's a comment in there about working with the EDC to find and expand, I think the phrasing is expand receiving sites outside the districts. I know we've had that conversation, at least some leadership conversations too at CB1, but I don't know that we've fully vetted that through the land use committee, at least not that I can recall, such that we're on record about that. And I'm wondering, the question, I guess, Bruce, is where that notion came from and how important that is to this resolution.
I appreciate that, Patrick. Actually, that whereas came from external sources. I put it in because I was asked to. It was not my domain. That I had the same slight doubts about that because it isn't directly germane like all the rest of the resolution, I believe, is. The issue was that the air rights could be transferred out of the district, and there were developers interested in purchasing those air rights out of the district, which is allowable. There's also a question of allowing those air rights to expand beyond the limits of the current envelope outside of the district where they can be transferred. But it is a complicated question, and it may not be directly germane. The point is that there are means of selling these air rights which would yield a handy profit, but it would take it out of the purview of Howard Hughes, which they probably don't want to do. They want to keep the air rights, and to do that, they would have to keep it on this site. But I would not be averse to eliminating that whereas.
Did that fit, Bruce? Did it come up in committee? Was it discussed? I know it's been on a previous resolution, I remember.
And it came up previously, but not in this round, not with this.
Can I just speak to that very briefly? The community board is on record in favor of that. At one of the last meetings that we had where we had people in attendance, I recall a group from Seaport Coalition presented their plan, and this was a prominent part of that plan, and the community board endorsed it.
And we actually passed a resolution on it. So Patrick, yes, we do have standing on it.
I remember it as well.
I guess my only question, I wasn't suggesting to strike the entire whereas, it's the expanding receiving sites part that I think.
We passed a resolution on it.
I don't remember that, to be honest. And I think that's a bigger can of worms as it relates to density within other parts of the financial district. But it's something I think that I don't know that it's really relevant to this landmarks resolution and why we would need it in there, but and something I think we would want to talk about a little bit more fully in a land use context, but that's why I raise it.
It's up to Bruce and the committee. It is something, Patrick, that we are on record for already. even with the expansion to, if I remember, I'd have to pull it up, as Alice always says, always have the background stuff with you. If Lucian or Diana can pull it quickly, that'd be fine, but we are on record for it.
And we
All right.
even had a developer come to us who was interested in those.
Yes, Paul, you're jumping up.
Well,
We're
these
not
are facts that people should know.
Yes, we do know this. And if we can get the resolution, we can double check it. So Lucian and Diana can look at the archives while we're going through it. I've got 4 other hands up. All right. And then I'll come back to you, Paul.
Thank
Next. So after Patrick was, I think, Jeff Galloway, Bob Schneck, Justine, Michael.
Okay, so I guess that means I'm next.
You are.
I think Tom Burton made a point that's valid for us in our role as community members, and that is viewing things in context. I think the committee and the community board in approving the committee's resolutions on 250 Broadway over the years.
250 Broadway or 250 Water?
I'm sorry, 250 Water over the years has done a great job. And as a result, we have a design that is significantly better than what was proposed in the past. And one thing I was taught early on when I started working is that the perfect is the enemy of the good. I think we've actually reached the level of good here. And I think as reflected in a lot of the public testimony, and I'm not talking about the interested parties of Howard Hughes and their professionals, but of community members as well, that I think there is support for this project in the community. I think it's important to preserve the historical character of the area, but there's a judgment call on what does and does not satisfy that, and that's what we are called upon to make, and what the LPC will be called upon to make as well. And I think I've reached the point where my judgment call is that I would in fact approve this as good, not perfect, but good, and serving various public needs that were described by Tom, as well as by those who've discussed the affordable housing. So that's,
Jeff, when you vote, you need to vote a no because
that's
you're
correct.
not supportive of it.
That's correct. I will vote no.
Okay, thank you. I'm going Bob Schneck is next, and then Justine, Michael Francoeur, Paul Goldstein, and Joe Lerner.
So I just wanted to say that I've been a witness to this trial as a juror for a long, long time, and I have a lot of hours in it. And I felt like I wanted to retain my judgment toward the completely to the end. So I listened to all the facts as best I could and understood them as best I could. And at the end of all this, I really believe that the ships in the museum are the heart and soul of the seaport, and the rest are at best just buildings. And I never would have even noticed them as a special district, even though I walk by them thousands of times. And that I listened to very carefully to the commissioners of the LPC and read some about the LPC. And one of the overriding missions of the LPC is to work to the benefit of communities. And it seems to me as though the Howard Hughes project is an astounding benefit to the community, and the loss of the traditional seaport, which is the boats, and the museum is a disaster to my heart. In terms of listening to the commissioners, one of them definitely said height is not necessarily a limiting factor, which means that it doesn't matter how tall things are. The context can vary, and that's what a ULURP is all about. It's a ULURP is a community responding to the real need, and the real need always in New York is to the future. Another thing that I heard from another commissioner, if one approach to a problem doesn't work, then we can take another, which means that the LPC has in its nature the ability to change tracks and kind of take a different approach to solving a problem. Then there's certain things that I simply noticed, and that is, I noticed that all those buildings in the historic district were six stories high. 120 feet is a travesty, and that, even as a compromise, never was contextual and always was, from my point of view, an elephant in the room that was just simply too big and didn't make any sense. Then the buildings that I witnessed around there that were built even while I was looking at them, like the Peckslip School, it doesn't look at all like the South Street Seaport. And I also was involved when the Pier 17 building was built. It also doesn't have any look or feel at all at like the South Street Seaport. So all these things happen that are inside the district and have nothing to do with anything that looks or feels or is like something contextual for a historic district. It's always seemed to me that the culture of the South Street Seaport is very important. And I was, when I was in the early days here, I was in charge of a foundation, and the foundation funded those boats and funded that museum. I think it's really hard to come up with $100 million. I've heard people say, oh, that isn't enough to build. I'm almost done. Isn't enough to build something like that, but it is. So I just want to get to my last statement here, which is, having watched this for a long time, the community board obtained no community benefit from its first bout with Howard Hughes. And in this round, we might end up with an as of right 120-foot tall structure, which is out of context and out of place. And we might, I fear, cause a dying seaport. And this would be a punishment. And so my view of all of life and what I do in life is that I do no harm. So I can't possibly vote for the death of the seaport.
Thank you, Bob. Moving on to the next speaker.
I think it's me, Tim, am I right?
I think you're on.
Okay, so I'm going to be brief. I want to say that I agree with Jeff with Jeff Galloway and Tom. I think that all the discussion around what's going on with Howard Hughes Corporation in the Seaport has really pushed the ball down the court in a way that has made this proposal as it is now, not just good, but good enough. We're getting the Seaport saved. We're getting a smaller building than what they originally wanted. And I think that we should stop and go home and count our money when we're back at home. We're done. I think it's worthwhile to stop here and say, okay, you've done your share. I also will say that Howard Hughes Corporation has proven itself to be a good neighbor in terms of welcoming in community interest and whatever else. They've also very strongly supporting Black Lives Matter. And I just am whatever their motivation is behind what they're doing, I am supportive of them. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next person.
Hey, I think that's me.
I think it's you, Michael. And yes. Just so we get, it's Michael, Joe, Vicky, Susan.
So I almost didn't speak on this because I'm actually pretty conflicted on this issue, and I have been for a while. In part because I'm a relatively new member of the community board, and I've always felt like I just don't have the facts, or I haven't been involved. This seems like it's been building for years. But I think what has prompted me to speak out is because, I sat in on, I listened to part of the meeting earlier this month, and then I caught up with the rest on YouTube because everyone who was able to stay for the whole thing, you guys are champs. Those are long meetings. And most of the conversation hinges on, is this historically appropriate? Terms like historical character, historical context. And I see them being used very differently by different groups. I'm sitting there and, someone's saying, it's contextual because of, the buildings in the background on Water Street and Pearl Street. And I'm sitting there being like, yeah, that makes sense. And then I'm also hearing them, it being shown that, everything else in the district is small scale. So it's not, contextual or has the character. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense too. And I think the root of the problem is that these are terms that are very subjective. And so I went hunting for more, to come up with my opinion on this. I tried to hunt for a more objective definition of these terms. And so I went looking into the LPC administrative code and the designation of the district, the historical district. And I mean, spoiler alert, I didn't find a definition for these terms. That's not to say it doesn't exist, it just means I didn't find them. But I did look, and I think that reaffirms my concerns about them, given that, and my concerns that these terms are malleable and we might be having an unduly expansive interpretation of them. Because, why do some things like Bob had a good point, the Peck Slip School is okay, but it doesn't look historic, but it's not tall, so it's okay. So like the Landmarks Commission said, height itself or bulk itself isn't a limiting or a non-negotiable factor. And what I did find when I did the research is that it's very explicit about why the Landmarks Commission was created. It talks about Penn Station, the demolition of Penn Station, and preserving and preventing things from being demolished. And I thought that was actually the key point, because it really reveals that 250 Water is kind of an anomaly. It doesn't fit neatly into the mission of the Landmarks Commission because it's an empty lot, and not just an empty lot, it's a big empty lot on the border of a historical district. And that, I think, makes it really tough. I think that's why I'm having a hard time with it. Yeah, it's why I can't come to a slam dunk conclusion on this. And I'm leaning towards a no on this one.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All righty. Next. After Michael is Paul Goldstein, Joe Lerner, Vicky, Susan.
Okay. Well, a little surprised by how things are developing here, but let me try to respond and put some facts on the table here. Again, the issue that's before us and before the Landmarks Commission is to deem whether the proposal is appropriate or inappropriate. They are not here to deal with the issue of amenities, so to speak. Yes, the community board and other institutions deal with that. And when and if anything is approved here, we could start that discussion, but that is not a relevant conversation. What's relevant now is whether the building fits within the historic district. Okay, getting back to that, the Landmarks Commission has been reviewing this lot and proposed buildings there for years and years and years. As the resolution stated, they rejected many other buildings, 9 of them in the past, including many that were far shorter than this one. And that's because the average size building in the historic district is 4 to 5 stories. And what sets the district apart, if you read the designation report, is the scale of the district, the low scale character. It's right on the screen now. Seaport District, outside, I mean, that's the issue of transferring the development rights. So low scale buildings is what makes the Seaport special. The rest of Lower Manhattan is filled with high-rise buildings, far, far greater than this one. If they move this building a block outside the historic district, not a person would object. And everyone has said repeatedly that they would accept a building within the zoning. And just a word on the zoning. The zoning was a compromise. People wanted even a lower zone. If you build 120 feet, that would be 20% taller than the next tallest building within the historic district. So that would already give whoever develops at 120 feet the right to build something bigger than what's in the district. And again, EDC did a study when this community board proposed to change the zoning. And EDC concluded that property owners could get a fair return on investment based on these zoning regulations. And developers throughout the Seaport have done exactly that. They've built in accordance with the zoning and the landmarks guidelines. And that's what's made this a nice area. The Front Street buildings are beautiful, and the developer built within the guidelines. Again, this conclusion to at 120 feet was agreed to by every interest group, including the so-called development community. The Downtown Alliance supported it. All the property owners in the Seaport District supported it. The Seaport Museum supported it. Every city council member voted for this, including the current mayor and our current borough president when they were on the council. So this was not, and what has changed? The fact that the developer who had an 11-story approved building refused to build it because he thought he could hold out and get approval for a taller building. Are we supposed to reward them for that behavior, or the rest of the behavior that's before us tonight, where you could virtually buy off testimony? I mean, the millions and millions of dollars that's being spent to lobby and cajole anyone who has any kind of business relationship with the museum or the Howard Hughes people. This is not the way to do land use in the city. And yes, Patrick, we do have options. Selling air rights was the original concept of the Seaport. It's not a novel idea that we came up with. It's been done. In fact, the Seaport was the first area to do it. Give me one more minute, please. I didn't speak on anything else tonight.
Okay.
Again, I think the board should think about this. This was probably the crowning achievement of Community Board 1, to sponsor a rezoning that was adopted for this area to keep it true to its character. I don't think we should turn around and just throw that away now. There are other solutions for the museum. We've tried to work with them. We're still willing to work with them. I will share a report with the board that has a lot of suggestions on that. But I guess I don't have the time to get into it too much tonight. But I really would urge the members of this board to stand true to what this board has always stood for, which was a reasonable size building within those guidelines in this district. Thank you.
And just to close out Paul's statement, we did pass a resolution December 2020 for which Jen has posted in the chat if you want to see it, where it does talk about the air rights. All right, moving on. Joe Lerner, you're next.
Jeff said, this is a good building. Well, of course it's a good building compared to the crap they put up before. And they can still do a good building within the 120 feet. This is a corporation that spreads the money around to get what they want. They knew initially it was 120 feet by zoning. They said, let's roll the dice. And they went out with 2 towers. And of course they lost. They probably knew they were going to lose and do something again and then get people to say, oh, that's much better than the first one, and let's go for it. Please, this corporation is spreading the money around all over the place. Not just locally, but all over the place. And you can't trust their word. On top of Pier 17, it was supposed to be a community space with grass where the people can go. No way, no how. You can't trust these people. All they want is money, money, money. So what do I have to say? If it can happen here, that a zoning rule is just thrown out the window by a multi-million corporation, it can happen anywhere. And we are also protecting other areas that need protection when we vote against this building.
Thank you, Joe.
You're
Moving on
welcome.
to Vicky Cameron, you're next. Susan Cole, Jason, Alice.
Thank you, Tammy. Been listening to this for a while, and I want to make sort of a blanket statement to start with. I feel that as a community board member, we are here to represent our community and the interests of our community and represent their concerns, and not our personal interests, our professional interests, or our financial interests. I understand some of the people on this board have spoken about their businesses, but you know what? We're not here to discuss that. And following that, I want to say that while I appreciate everything that Howard Hughes has done, and they've done some great things, I do want to say that there are laws. And the law says that, you know, so far zoning calls for 120 or 125 feet. It is perhaps not up to us to discuss whether the city will approve an amendment to this or not, but we are not here to debate that. We're here to debate what is possible, and unfortunately, Howard Hughes Corporation is not calling for that. Also, this is not please let me make this clear. This is not an ugly parking lot. I am so sick of hearing this. This is made by the owner. It is left like this on purpose. If this was a lovely park, you know, put some grass, put some trees, put some benches, none of you people would have this opinion. It's just an ugly parking lot. It is there to jar the eye. While I work for these people, I appreciate everything they do. I understand the financial support and the initiative to employ people. We are not here. I'm certainly not here to speak personally and professionally to gain any favors. And I encourage the committee to think about what we're asked to do. We're asked here to vote on what the law states. And our role here is to comment on that, especially within the landmark district. It is 125 feet. It's already a very high building. It crosses over a line, and we have to follow the law. If we don't follow the law, there is nothing left. And lastly, I want to say we're an incredibly overcrowded neighborhood with small streets, dark, narrow alleys, and do we really need an additional tower? It may benefit, but you know what? There are tens of thousands of people here who come down to the seaport. And do you really think another 450, condo people will enrich and save the seaport? And lastly, please, committee members, note that the museum is not directly related to this proposal. The success of this museum and the longevity of this museum is not really dependent on financial support. It is not exactly as is presented. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, Vicky. Susan, you are up next.
I'd just like to say I appreciate what Paul said, and I don't have anything too new to say, except there are two items. One, I do think the design is not very attractive, and I think they understand what the zoning is and what they're allowed to do. And number two, I think everybody's losing sight of the fact that Howard Hughes, at one point, a couple of times, stated very clearly that they were going to probably sell the spot. So there are no guarantees, and this is not for the museum at this moment. It is for preserving something that we worked very hard as a community for, and for the larger part of the city. That's all I have to say.
I would just suggest that those who have spoken and don't want to speak again to please put your hands down.
Jason here. Can I speak, Tammy? Is it
Yeah.
my turn?
It is your turn. Sorry,
So
keep going.
I also just would like to echo what Vicky and Paul, who's done a tremendous amount of work, and thank God for Paul and his being around for all of this stuff. I just wanted to make one point, which is that for no project that I've been witness to, either in Community Board 1 as a member of the board or in front of other community boards and seeing other meetings as an architect, have I ever heard more, more opposition from people who actually live in the community for a project. I just constantly am hearing from other people in the neighborhood as I walk around, how could this be happening? How can they make it higher than everything? Despite, some of these, despite what we hear in testimony, I've never really heard, outside of our meetings, the type of opposition. And I'm just perplexed by the association that people are making with this project, with Black Lives Matters or any sort of racial injustice that's happening in the world. It's another item that I've just never heard at all associated with a building project like this. So, I'm kind of weirded out by that. I don't understand how it's applicable at all. But I just mostly wanted to say that on the ground, I do hear a general, like 90% to 10% feeling that people who live in the neighborhood are not interested in a building this tall. Thank you.
May I call the question, or is it too soon?
I'm just going to say one thing, Tammy. I think she's on the phone.
Apologies. Thank you. I'm back. Alice, it's
Yeah,
Alice's turn, and then Susan, we can, there are like several other people, but Alice, go.
Well, I'm reticent to speak on this. I've spoken plenty on this issue, but and I so appreciate all the hard work that's been done on both sides of the aisle, as it were. And I fully support Paul's position. It's a long historical one. I think just something that strikes me that beyond whatever I might think is good or bad about a design, it's not really relevant here, or even frankly whether it's appropriate. What I think it's always bothered me about this is that it is in the historic district, and a historic district is, by the city's definition, a collection of buildings that together create a distinct sense of place. And you could argue that a 40-something story high-rise isn't exactly in keeping with that spirit, and nor are potentially other 12-story buildings that might be provided. Who knows? But and as Framer Levin's attorney states, there are no rules that all construction in the historic district has to match the height of all others and such. And so you can argue it. But what you can't argue is that if the Landmarks Preservation Commission decides soon that this building is appropriate for the Seaport Historic District, it would set an extraordinary new precedent for development in landmark areas in our city and for similarly underbuilt lots. And, the LPC is our guide for the decisions in the future, and we've looked to them over many years to guide us in this particular lot. And the approval will undoubtedly allow us to ultimately reshape other significant historic city spaces. And I think that's something that, we should keep in mind. And I'll leave it at that. And thank you.
All right. So I am kind of in agreement with Susan, and I don't think we're going to make a ton of, we're not changing minds here, hearts and minds. We've heard pretty evenly from both sides of the conversation here. We have 4 committees left, and it's 9:33. So I'm going to say thank you for everybody whose hands are up. I'm going to make a motion myself to end discussion and do a second.
I second it. I second it.
Okay.
Okay, great. Can I go, Tammy?
Apologies to community board members who have not spoken tonight. I think we're all a little done. Go.
Okay. Any opposed?
Kay,
Concur votes no. Oh, sorry, Patty.
yes, Kay, you may want to roll call this one, but Kay
Yeah,
votes
maybe.
no.
Okay, so let's, I'm fine. Let's roll call this, please, because I don't need to go down the road. All right?
Okay. Amoruso? Amoruso?
Come back to him if he doesn't answer, because I know he's there.
Okay. Burton? Burton?
Burton recuse.
Okay. Blank? Blank?
Sorry. Blank, yes.
Brown Kennedy?
Brown Kennedy, yes.
Cameron?
Cameron, yes.
Cassell?
Cassell, yes.
Cassell? Okay, perfect. Thanks. Chang?
Chang, yes.
Chapman?
Chapman, yes.
Terkoudian?
Terkoudian votes yes.
Cole?
Cole votes yes.
Puccia?
Puccia votes no.
Cunningham?
Cunningham votes yes.
Curtis?
Curtis, yes.
Airman? Airman?
Chairman, yes. Chairman, yes.
Glenn? Okay. Friedman?
Friedman, yes.
Froman?
Froman, yes.
Galloway?
Galloway, no.
Goldstein?
Yes.
Gupta?
Gupta, yes.
The city council has a bill weighing,
James, Mariama.
has a bill requiring, they're going to vote to whether or not to require racial impact statements. The idea.
Mariama, we are in the middle of a vote.
The idea
You
that it's
have-
weird is disrespectful, Tammy. It's disrespectful.
You have to vote.
I vote no.
Thank you.
Okay. Joyce?
Joyce votes yes.
Canal?
Canal votes yes.
Kettering?
Kettering votes no.
Capel? Capel?
What about
Okay,
Kay?
cool. I have you as nobody.
Oh, thanks.
Yep. Clementes?
Yes.
Frank Curry also have you as no as well. Lamory?
Lamory votes yes.
Lerner? Lerner?
Joe.
Okay, I'll come back.
Oh.
Wilson?
Did you get my vote?
No, what's your vote?
Hold on. Yes.
Okay, got it. Lewinson?
Lewinson, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Meltzer?
Meltzer votes yes.
Mahalski?
Mahalski is absent.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Monjovi?
Yes.
Moore?
Moore votes yes.
Schneck?
Schneck votes no.
Star?
I have to recuse.
Sung?
Yes.
Still? And she's out. Wade, no. Weinstock?
Weinstock, yes.
Z?
Z, yes.
Zelter?
Zelter, yes.
Okay. Do we have Amoruso?
Amoruso, yes.
Thanks.
Everyone.
And do we have, sorry, Mimi? Flynn?
Flynn had to go.
Okay, all right, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, so with that, I believe, Bruce, you're done, correct?
That is correct. Thank you again.
Thank you, everybody. This is, we don't know what will happen at Landmarks. We will send along our resolution to Landmarks. I appreciate all the time and energy that everyone has taken. I somehow suspect this might not be the last time we have a dialogue on 250 water, and there certainly is an environmental aspect that is happening. So stay tuned, as they say, for the next appearance. Susan Cole, take us through licensing, please. And we have 4 committees left.
Okay, I'm going to try to be fast like Betty. We have most all of them, if you've read them, are very not really controversial. The only one was 41 Murray Street. And if I explain it, I could take it separately, but I'd like to take them, they're all yes votes in one fell swoop. 41 Murray, the owner owns Flash Dance, another something on the block. He wanted till 4 a.m. There are very real Tribeca rules we have tried to maintain. We gave him till 2 o'clock instead of 1 o'clock to try to make some compromise. He said he didn't want it. He didn't care. But that doesn't prevent them from going before the SLA. So I would like a yes vote on this, and we will follow it up with a letter explaining why we did what we did. We told him he could come back. We heard a number of complaints from the community regarding the street, and that we did give them an extension. So if you're all willing and there are no other questions, I would take them all together and ask you to vote yes.
Well, let's see if there's any questions. I know we did have someone from the public session who spoke up. I see Jason's hand up and Alice. I'm not sure if they're still up from Landmarks. Jason's is down. Alice is down. I see no questions at all.
Question. One quick thing to me. What did the person from the public session say? I don't recall.
They asked us to, they were very happy with our decision. I mean, they'd like it even shorter hours, but they were just happy.
Thank you, Justine. No sweat. All right, so with no other hands up, Susan, I am seconding your call for the question. Brittany, take it away.
Okay.
Any opposed? Any recusals? Abstentions? Okay,
Abstain.
thanks. Oh, who's abstaining?
Burton.
Burton. For which one? All of them?
Which one are you
Burton
abstaining
abstain from all of them.
All of them?
Yes.
Okay. Any others? Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. That was painless. Let's move on. Justine.
Okay, I think I will be
short as you can.
Oh, yeah. Basically, the committee itself, in committee, we had a lovely report from the Battery Park City Park Operations. It was lovely. It's happy. They're going to make beautiful gardens beautiful again, or continue to be beautiful. The most important update I have that happened after the meeting is that the community gardens over by West Thames Street, between Albany and West Thames Street, are open now. The BPCA cut a door in the fence, so gardeners can go in there and do their gardens, and all good. I'm done.
Wow, Justine. That is the shortest report you've ever given.
I got nothing. This was it. I'm tired. I'm whatever. But this really it's a very quick meeting.
That's the world record for CB1.
Yeah, that is.
That was
all right. Alice, that brings it to you. Ball in your court.
I mean, what am I supposed to say? There were a lot of big reports here, but let's just say that if you're interested, you can go look them up. But I think to just do something justice, here's DEC and DEP came to discuss Lower Manhattan's water quality. Very interesting. That was after multiple sightings of large clusters of dead bunker fish in the battery and multiple complaints about odd tasting water. And I can tell you, thankfully, I can report they were both unrelated. The die off of the fish was due to, very interestingly, the day before they came to us, they found out that in fact it wasn't due to lack of oxygen or cold temperatures, which is generally the rule. It was due to some sort of natural bacteria, which they're going to confirm with us, and they're hot in pursuit in getting final analysis. Quite interesting. And then, Diana, you can keep going there. We then heard from DEP on the Lower Manhattan water quality, that's drinking water quality. And that was fascinating. There were millions of really interesting statistics, not the least of which is that our water is tested 2 million times a year. We have one of the most robust water quality testing systems in the world, that our water supply system has the largest water supply with 570 billion gallon reservoirs and huge amounts of watershed. And I have a million statistics here I won't bore you with, although I found them fascinating. Actually, so did others. We seem to have come up with the last slide, but whatever. The complaints here were that the water tasted very funny. And this, we learned, was really caused by the difference in the taste. Was caused when aquatic organisms die off in the fall, and they give off compounds which are very easily detected by some people and not by others. So those of you here, like myself, who thought that the water has been tasting terrible, and then my husband thinking that I was crazy, both aspects of this are correct. And there was some people did not notice a difference. This is because our drinking water is now coming out of the Croton system, because of course maintenance has to occur on certain parts of the system, and closing down parts of systems, opening up another. And there's a lot more to it. I'll let it go. You can listen to it. And there's a lot of infrastructure maintenance occurring, upcoming, as you can see on this slide. And that will keep the water tasting still a little odd for those of us who have noticed it. Okay, and then the last part of the evening was the battery. Well, okay, so we've done that. Was the Battery Wharf resiliency part of the Lower Manhattan Coastal Resiliency Plans. Just hang on to that first slide, because that's probably a nicer slide to look at. But anyway, it was great to have, this is one of the first, I think it's the first time we had everybody there. We had OR, EDC, DPR, that's Department of Parks and Recreation, Stantec, Siteworks, the designers, engineers, Battery Park City Authority, and Wari Price from the Battery, all in the same room, all discussing one project, which was the Battery, which is that third of a mile coastal resilience plan you see there in pink. The budget is still in. It's the money that Catherine McVeigh Hughes valiantly fought for. We've got $165 million, so it will happen. And you can go on to the next slide. I think there's just some pictures of, obviously what the location is. Keep going. Very powerful argument that this has to happen and has to happen quickly, because the wharf is in terrible condition and it's really very compromised. So this isn't something that can wait. Next slide. Example, obviously pictures of it. This was what it would look like if nothing were done. MHHWI just need higher watermark. Anyway, the new wharf level is at 11 plus 11. So this is going up quite a ways. And they've read through all the different variables, but the views were probably some of the most significant things that we spoke about and were introduced to, and they showed a very powerful picture next of what this will look like in terms of the water views. Next slide. So here you can see somebody standing at the corner there at the +9, looking at a +11. What the before and after it, but you will still see the water, but just not very much of it. The design goals, which were very important, and which Wari Price spoke very eloquently about how important some of these were, particularly the preservation and enhancement of the park's character, which we are going to work on a resolution or maybe a letter. I'm not sure which one we're doing. Tammy's going to probably write a letter to the Public Design Commission, which will be reviewing this in April. So these are all really very much done project. I mean, this is moving forward quickly, much like Wagner Park. So, speak now or forever hold your peace. And as Tammy noted, tomorrow there'll be a public meeting on this particular project. The LMCR is going to, excuse me, the OR will give, Office of Resiliency.
So-
I think that's, there might be a couple more slides. There you see the display timeline. Yep. I'll leave it at that. That's it. Timeline. Go ahead, Tammy. You were going to say something.
So we'll do a letter from the chair, which outlines the positions that we've already taken by resolution compared to where we are today to send, because the city agencies have not heard sort of the follow-up, much like we've done with other large projects. So thank you, Alice. And with that, I think you're done. Okay, Paul's going to take us home. Keep in mind, Paul, you have the last resolution for the night, which will be a roll call resolution.
Wait, can I just say something in this?
Tom, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to take a moment. I was in shock on some level, so I didn't really, in the actual committee meeting, I didn't say this, but basically, it's breathtaking to think that we have to raise New York or our edges by 11 feet to protect ourselves from sea level rise and climate change. And I think that is something that that as a community, as you know, that we really should be taking in and publicizing and wondering, out loud, a little louder, maybe, if I could ask that we maybe in a resolution in the future discuss getting more publicity for this, that we maybe write a letter to the Times or to newspapers and to ask why this isn't getting this kind of factual, hard evidence that New York City is taking these levels of dramatic and drastic steps, and it's not news, and that's shocking.
I couldn't agree with you more, Tom. You've got a great point. It amazes me that it isn't in the news either. Yeah.
I
good point.
agree.
So here's what we're gonna say. Tom, come. Go ahead, Wendy.
I was going to say, Tom, just so you're clear, 11 feet is nothing. What we're being told is that is not, it's not going to protect against a superstorm Sandy. If you want to get into those numbers, then you go to the Battery Park meetings and you learn about the South and North resiliency. 11 feet is just kind of one of those mild storms and sea level rise. It's not going to be a Sandy protection, just so you're clear out there. So it's even worse than you think.
And on that note, I am encouraging you to go to the environmental protection meeting or to co-op.
I was in it.
Great. So then maybe I have no troubles. Let's talk about writing an op-ed and get the community board to get together, and we're happy to send something. And on that note, I'm going to bring it back to Paul Goldstein. I will say, Mariama, just before you go, because I know you're going to be the last roll call of the night. Mariama had that really nice speech she was trying to give with all the historical context for how we got where we got. I've asked her to work with Lucian to put it into a calendar and to get it so we can put it out in the newsletter, which has several hundred people who read that every week. So if you're wondering where that's going to go, that's going to come back there. Paul, take us home.
Okay, so first let me thank those who were supportive on that other item. I appreciate it. And even the people who weren't, I was actually having a bit of an issue with a slow heart rate, and I think you helped address that for me. Thank you. Okay, moving on. First item.
Sorry, Paul.
No, that's okay. I'm kidding. Okay, let's go on. First item A, we again had Wari Price, who, as you know, is in charge of Battery Park. And she told us her beautiful amazing playground is going to be opening right around the first day of summer. So we have that to look forward to. But we spent most of our time looking at and talking about Pier A. And you're all familiar with that. It's at the foot of the Battery, at the end of Battery Park, at the beginning of Battery Park City. It's had, it serves as a visitor site where people get ticketed for some of the ferries going to Governor's Island and to, not Governor's Island, Ellis Island and the Statue of Liberty. And it has had other uses in there, but they haven't really worked out. So Battery Park City actually took over that site and now has a 99-year lease. And they were also at the meeting, and they reported that they're not really sure what they are going to do with that building either. So the long and short of it is our committee is going to continue to discuss this issue. So anyone who's interested in the future of Pier A and how it's used, come to those future meetings. Item number 2, we could keep rolling along. Okay, so now you're looking at one of 2 new parks we got this month. This one is called Elizabeth Berger Plaza. And for those who don't know, Elizabeth Berger was a very good member of Community Board 1 for many, many years. She also ran the Downtown Alliance for a number of years. She very sadly passed at a young age. She raised her kids down here. Kids went to school. She was great. Park and built a park in her name. And there it is. It's at Trinity Place, not far from one of the new schools that we're getting over there, near the Battery Tunnel entrance. So we have that one, and wanted to roll it along to the next park, which is Peck Slip Park, which, as you could imagine, is located at Peck Slip, basically adjacent to or very near the Peck Slip School and the Blue School as well. And so far, the kids are loving it. Lots of people are using it. Scroll it along. There have been a couple of issues that we addressed at the meeting or hope to address. You could see that people are enjoying the park, but the woman on the right is walking her dog in a planted area. The people on the left are sitting in a planted area. And Parks acknowledged that they sort of made a boo-boo and should have put up some small fencing on the of those areas. So they promised us they would take care of that, as well as an issue dealing with the safety of some parts of some areas. So we had a very good discussion, but bottom line is the parks are being welcomed and people are very happy to have them. Finally, we can move on to the resolution, which is about Plus Pool. As many of you recall, this is an issue that we've had a lot of discussion on. Wendy Chapman has led the way on this one, and this board has been very supportive of the concept of putting floating swimming pool into the East River in the vicinity of the seaport. And the community board's been on record saying we'd like that. And the community board was also trying to get an answer out of EDC, which is in charge, as to what's going on. And they told us again that we are not interested in placing it in Board 1. We only would have interest in putting it up in 3. So we have nothing against Board 3, but Board 1, particularly on the east side of the district, is, as the resolution says, completely, basically empty as far as recreation space, and it's a very growing part of our district. And the Plus Pool people said it would work perfectly fine there. So the resolution before you is just to again reiterate that this is a good choice. Everyone could come down. This would help the seaport. This would help the community. So it's a win-win all around. And certainly the people at Board 3 can come down and use it, even if it's a block or two outside their area. So that's it, unless there are any questions.
Hey, Paul, this is Wendy. One friendly amendment, I don't know how you say it exactly, but I think it needs to be noted that Community Board 3 has 3 public pools, including the amazing Hamilton Fish Pool, which is, a double length pool, plus a children's pool. And obviously Community Board 1, we have no public pools. So I think the fact that Community Board has 3, which again, no offense to them, but they have 3 pools versus our none. Could that be added into the resolution?
It could be. I might suggest that we do it as diplomatic a way as possible, perhaps saying something along the lines that other areas do have, maybe without mentioning them, do have pools, and we'd love to have something like that to serve the population of Community Board 1. Would that work for you?
I think it would work if you said other community boards have multiple public pools and we don't have any. The fact that they have 3.
I'll accept that. Okay.
We'll just add.
Tom has his hand up. Go ahead, Tom.
Our growing community.
Fast growing, yes, thank you.
Can I call the question?
Second. Brittany, this is roll call. Take us home.
Okay, Amoruso,
Yes.
Burton,
Burton, yes.
Blank,
Blank, yes.
Kennedy,
From Kennedy, yes.
Cameron,
Cameron, yes.
Cassell,
Cassell, yes.
Chang,
Chang, yes.
Chapman,
Chapman, yes.
Tarkoudian,
Tarkoudian votes yes.
Cole,
Cole votes yes.
Fuchsia,
Kuchia votes yes.
Cunningham,
Cunningham votes yes.
Curtis,
Curtis votes yes.
Airman,
Airman's absent.
Okay. Franker,
Votes yes.
Friedman,
Votes
Friedman.
yes. Friedman, yes.
Good. Thanks. Froman,
Froman votes yes.
Galloway,
Galloway, yes.
Goldstein,
Goldstein, yes.
Gupta,
Gupta, yes.
James,
Yes.
Got it. Thanks,
James, yes.
Joyce. Got it. Thanks, Joyce.
Joyce, yes.
Kay,
Hey, yes.
Cannell,
Votes yes.
Kettering,
Kettering, yes.
Pell, Pell. Okay, Clementas,
Yes.
Lamoury,
Emery, yes.
Lerner,
Yes.
Lewinson,
Lewinson, yes.
McHugh,
McHugh, yes.
Meltzer,
Meltzer votes yes.
Monjovi,
Yes.
Moore,
Votes yes.
Neck,
Neck votes yes.
Star,
Yes.
Young,
Yes.
Wade, yes. Z,
Yes. Yes.
Zelter,
Zelter votes yes.
Thanks.
So thank you, everybody. I think motion passes. With that, Paul, do you have anything else? I'm going to
Nothing
take,
else. Thank you.
awesome. So I'm going to take a motion to adjourn at 10:04.
So made.
I second it.
Awesome. And thank you, Alice Blank, very much for taking up when I got an emergency phone call. So I appreciate it.
Everything okay?
Everything's fine, really cool. But thank you, Alice, for jumping in. And thank you, everybody, for your work tonight. It was a long meeting, but it's 10:04. Thank you. Be safe, be healthy, wear a mask.
Tammy?
And yes, Pat.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, everybody.
At all.
My
Pat's got some. Pat, what's up?
I meant to say during the reso about the Asian Bias Hate Crime Task Force. Is it possible for you to take it to Borough Board?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
Good, thank you.
Oh, and actually what we should do is we should share it with all the other community boards before we get to Borough Board. So they can pass it. So why don't we talk about that with Mariama tomorrow, and we'll send a letter and we'll send it out to all the other Manhattan community boards and ask them to sign on.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
My pleasure, Vicki.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Alice, you're a rock star. Thank you for helping me out there.
That's crazy. I didn't do a thing, but thank you. I'm glad it all worked out. I'll talk to you later.
Wait till I
Still
tell you
on.
tomorrow. Wait till I tell you tomorrow who. It's like,
Okay. Good
all right. Take care. Good night, everybody.